Welcome to the channel of PACIFIC414. Show us this loyalty. Throw yourself onto the subscribe button and submit yourself to the live streams, gaming streams, and so much more. Pathetic earthlings, I command you.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Autobots, transform and roll out!
Warning: due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, streaming on both Baron Orman Tagge's Phantomology and PACIFIC414, and along with Baron Orman Tagge, I am your host, Mike, and this morning, this afternoon, depending on where you are, it could even be the evening, depending, we are having our first open panel for the month of May. Now, I want to make something perfectly clear as far as the open panels are concerned. Everybody is welcome to join the open panels, but I ask that if you do join, please don't start promoting yourself or a friend's channel out of nowhere. We've had that happen one too many times here on Pop Talk. I have talked to Baron about it off stream. I've talked to Cash about it off stream. They know that it's doing something to me. They know exactly what it's doing to me, and I'm going to play this clip.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Yes, it has been grinding my gears, where somebody will just all of a sudden come out of nowhere and plug either their channel or someone else's channel when I, Baron, or Cash haven't said, okay, go ahead and promote your channel. That is rude. And I've been quiet about it long enough. And I don't know if you have anything else to add to that, Baron, but...
I'm sorry, don't quit doing that. Just want to let you know. And welcome on all except for you, Harris. Screw you. You're not welcome. But yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a different thing when you're referencing another YouTuber is in context to what you're talking about, an article or a situation or anything like that, because it brings context into it. But to do a blatant advertisement, which basically is while nowhere is wait your turn. You'll get your chance. Mm-hmm. But we won't let you walk out without having a chance to say, hey, don't forget me, my page too. Thank you so much, and have a nice day. So yeah, it's just that is broadcast etiquette as well. You don't really normally have someone going onto another person's show in real life. Not really in real life, but on television or such. And all they're doing is promoting something that isn't what this is all about. So yeah, just remember, even though we are small time, we try to be professional. Think of this as and that's one thing. We do think of this as a professional broadcast, even though we do get silly and goofy, because that's what it's all about. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's still those parameters that we have to stay within and try not to step over. Except for you, Harrison. You're not welcome.
And here's another thing. If you want to promote something, ask.
Yeah.
More than likely, Baron, I, or Cash will say, yeah. Of course, Baron and Cash might look toward me and say, is it okay? And the reason for that is because Pop Talk is Pacific 414. Just like if Baron's doing Baron After Dark and I'm on there. I'm not going to go on Baron After Dark and start saying, oh, this is what I'm doing on Pacific 414. This is what I'm doing this day, that day, and the other. When it has no relation to what we're talking about at that time. It's like, okay, Mike, that's great, but it can wait.
No, yeah, most definitely. How do I sound now? I changed microphones.
Your mic sounds good, but it's breaking up for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just switched over to the main one, so.
And, when you hop on to the panel, please give whoever's speaking at the time a chance to finish their thought.
Mm-hmm.
We all know how it is sometimes when we're in our thought and we have to say what's on our mind at that time. Otherwise, we'll forget about it, especially if another topic comes up and we're like, oh, I want to chime in on that too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I know it may sound like I'm being the bad guy here, but again, we want some professionalism here. Still want to have fun, but be professional about it at the same time.
He wants to be professional. He still keeps me around. I mean, talk about that. No. But
well,
in all honesty, he's absolutely right. I mean, just to respect. I gotta remember, it comes down to one person who's in charge of the whole thing. That's Doc Pop.
Well, in this case, Baron, you're here too. You're not just a co-host. You have just as much control over this stream as I do.
Well, I'm your fat bastard to your, Dr. Evil. Or maybe I'm Scott. How about no? I'm Mini-Me.
Okay, Mini-Me. Mini-Me, you complete me. I don't have that clip.
Okay, we need to get that. That's a failure.
But is there anything that you'd like to add on to this before we get into not only our first article, but we also open the gates?
No, I can think of. That's about all.
Just be kind, be courteous. Don't self-promote yourself until we give you the go-ahead. And before we even read the first article, I do want to say hello to Jet Sparks. Hello, Jet Sparks. Mm-hmm. We also have Resolute Germ here who says hello. And we also have Pat S here. Good to see you, Pat S.
Yeah, Pat. See, I still live, Pat. I'm coming back, man. I'm coming back. He was expressing some concern to me not too long ago, the other day. So I said, I just want to know. I'm breathing, barely.
And I also want to say hello to the Padawannabe who says open panel does not mean open mouth. He's got a point there.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, Pat S says Baron is breaking up. We're trying to lock onto his pattern, but there's appears to be some sort of interference.
What Mike got back didn't live long, fortunately.
And we have DJ Ronnie G who says, oh man, I love open panels, but I'm at work. It's all right, DJ. Come on Wednesday's show. As a matter of fact, there will be one coming up on Wednesday. And I know someone's going to say, oh, there he goes. He's promoting his stuff. Yes. Promoting it right here, right now, before anybody jumps on.
Mm.
And Pat S says he can understand. And forget RoboCop. We got something better. Robo Baron.
Oh.
And let's see. Pat S is saying, I'm only here to get you guys to join my Okay, Amway team.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered starting your own business? A lucrative business opportunity. I can presume that Latinum is involved.
Oh,
Gold
I
press
thought you-
Latinum.
I thought you were doing Dr. Evil at first.
No, I'm doing my Ferengi human.
Okay. Get into my belly! There, that's my fat bastard.
And of course, Whoopa Troopa, who says Pop Culture Mechanic, has sent us apprentices over to say hi. Well, you're not really an apprentice, Whoopa. You're a member of the family.
Mhm. And
You're that redheaded. You're that redheaded stepbrother because you're a Cardinal fan, but you're part of the family.
and thanks to Pop Culture Mechanic for sending everybody over here.
Yes, so thank you. Pop Culture Mechanic is a good dude, and he's going to be at 1,000 before he knows it.
You know, Pop Culture Mechanic, he's okay. He's okay. he's a good guy. Good guy.
And Apion is here. He says hello, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And he lay the law down. Yes, that's what we're doing. And of course, the Padawannabe says, "Hey, I've broken through the 3.5 wall. Just a little bit more, and you'll break through the 4th wall."
Mm.
And Whoopa says, "Wants professionalism, invites a Baron." How does that work?
Yeah, that's what I said. You know?
And let's see. Resolute Germ saying hi to Padawannabe. Whoopa is saying, "You need to get the clip of Dr. Evil saying, 'Zip it.'"
Okay.
Well, actually, I have a couple of clips that should suffice. And one of them I will go ahead and play as soon as I locate it with all the loads of clips I have. Here we go.
You will be silent!
And then, of course, we have this one.
Mm-hmm. Which is straight to the point. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else pop in that I didn't see? I think I got everything.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think I got everyone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and put the invite link into the chat and pin it to
How about no?
okay, we can keep the exclusive club of Baron and Pacific. No, I'm not going to be that rude.
I am.
So if you're over on the PACIFIC414 side, the link will be pinned to the top. Baron, I'll leave it up to you to pin it to the top of your chat if you want.
Fine, I'll do that just for you.
All right. So again, let's have fun. Try to keep it on topic. Let's not self-promote until it's time, and let's not talk all over each other. Unless it's me and Baron, we always do that.
Oh yeah, in cash.
All right, so let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get into our first article here. Speaking of Cash, he will probably be here at some point.
Sorry.
Nah. We know what he was doing last night.
Mm-hmm.
These people
Mm-hmm.
on Facebook. These people.
He was doing this.
You know what really grinds my gears?
I love that one. I'm glad I put that one in there.
You know what really grinds his gears when I decide to play a game and Rambo it. Using stealth.
Leroy Jenkins. Change your name to Leroy Jenkins.
I got this, everybody. All right, so we have this article from the Daily Caller, and as you can see, Disney to permanently close costly Star Wars themed hotel after 18 months.
You talk about this making a lot of news.
Mm-hmm. It, of course, was posted on the 18th. and it's by Gretchen Clayson. And the article says Walt Disney World's costly Star Wars themed Galactic Star Cruiser will be permanently closing its doors in September, approximately 18 months after opening. Advertised as a 2-day immersive experience, the Galactic Star Cruiser provides guests with a simulated voyage to a galaxy far, far away. While aboard the Halcyon Star Cruiser, Voyagers mingle with other guests and crew members while aligning themselves with either the light side or the dark side of the Force. Cost for the voyage came in at a staggering $1,200 or $1,200, depending on how you want to say it, per person per night. Family packages began at a whopping $6,000. The price tag included food and drink, admission to Disney's Hollywood Studios for a planetary excursion to Galaxy's Edge, the Star Wars themed land, an exclusive magic band, and a 2-night stay in either a cabin or a suite. Though the hotel experience received generally positive reviews, the cost of the experience apparently proved too much for even the most diehard of Star Wars fans, forcing Disney to limit the amount of voyages available as the company struggled to fill rooms. Walt Disney News Today reported. And, that $6,000, you could pay that much to go on a trip to Disney World, stay at a hotel, get food, souvenirs, what have you.
Or even on one of the cruises.
Yeah. That's too much to ask people to spend, in my opinion. All right, it goes on to say Disney further attempted to entice guests by offering deep discounts for the hotel experience to Disney Vacation Club members, eventually extending them to non-Vacation Club members, the New York Post reported. Also goes on to say Disney further announced it would be canceling a proposed $1 billion installation amid changing business conditions for the company. The project, known as Lake Nona Town Center, was expected to create up to 2,000 jobs for the Orlando-based resort and was expected to give the company $500 million in tax breaks. The Walt Disney Company suffered a direct-to-consumer operating loss over $1 billion. The company announced earlier this year its streaming service also lost a staggering 2.4 million subscribers. These setbacks for the company forced reinstated CEO Bob Iger to announce 7,000 employee layoffs in February. Well, I'm going to go ahead and chime in on a few of those points. Now, as far as Disney Plus losing 2.4 million subscribers, that's because there's really not a lot of original content on there. And the content that, is part of Disney's vault, a lot of people have viewed it over and over again, and there's nothing new to watch. After, shows like The Mandalorian and you had Loki, you had Obi-Wan Kenobi, and a few other series. And, when the feedback, the word of mouth from people who have watched it isn't very positive, why is someone going to stick with a service if they're not going to provide anything for the consumer, for the paying customer to even sit down and watch?
Let's not throw in a different another part of the scenario here. How many people that were subscribers got it free because they signed up for something? Some service somewhere, and get a year of Disney Plus or 3 months of Disney Plus.
Yeah, well, Verizon was doing those deals.
Right. So that instantly, we have subscriptions. So they consider that subscriptions. But when that comes to the end, these people don't keep it because it's not, interesting enough for them. And they drop, and that, boom. They're not retaining off of their little bait there, which is what it is. It's a bait. It's trying to get you hooked on it. It's a dime bag. And it's like, I can't live without it. And now that you're hearing that several of these shows are leaving Disney Plus, like Jeff Goldblum, the World According, but Jeff Goldblum, is leaving, and they made that known that they're going to not be so exclusive on all their content anymore. So bye.
Well, I'd seen a thing just this morning where people were upset that Disney was pulling Willow of all things off of Disney Plus, and I got to thinking to myself, well, if you're this upset now, why didn't you support the show and give it the ratings it needed to have a second season?
The ones that did watch it, and no one else cares. I mean, it just comes down to that.
Yep. And before I let the Padawannabe in, I am going to go ahead and read this next paragraph, and then I'll let you in, Padawannabe. And this paragraph starts off by saying, we are so proud of all the cast members and Imagineers who brought Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser to life and look forward to delivering an excellent experience for guests during the remaining voyages over the coming months. Thank you to our guests and fans for making this experience so special. Walt Disney World announced on the hotel's homepage. Now, there's a pretty good contrast because this isn't the first IP that would get its own themed area. Back in 1998, Star Trek had its own themed area called Star Trek The Experience, which was at the then Hilton Hotel in Las Vegas.
Right.
And for that, at the time when it first opened, you had 2 replica bridges of the Enterprise D, and that was part of the Klingon Encounter experience. You can go to Quark's and get something to eat. You can go to one of the shops on the promenade and get souvenirs. And I can remember spending over $100 to do the whole shebang package at the time. Yeah, that's not bad at all. And then, of course, later on, they took out one of the Enterprise D bridges and put in Borg Invasion 4D. And with that experience, you sat in the auditorium. And, of course, there was a screen right in front of you and the chairs. And the chairs had motorized mechanisms in them, and you would have the experience both in 3D and with the chairs moving, and there would also be fog to give you that complete interactive experience. And as far as just doing Star Trek The Experience, that was probably worth the $100 that I spent, because you get the pictures. Of course, you get to interact with the actors who are there dressed as an Andorian, Klingon, Starfleet officer, and from what I've seen in videos and what I've heard from other people who went there dressed in a full Starfleet uniform, those actors would actually refer to them by their rank. And here's another thing. If you chose to stay at the Hilton Hotel, it didn't cost you $6,000 to do so.
Oh no.
Not to say they probably didn't have a suite that was worth that much. They probably did. I mean, it's Vegas.
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
But, I had a lot of fun at Star Trek The Experience. And yes, I have been to Galaxy's Edge, and that was 3 years ago. And I liked it for, what it was. I didn't go on the Millennium Falcon ride. I did go on Rise of the Resistance, and it was fun. I'm not going to say it wasn't, but I would never, and I mean never, and I know never say never, but I would never drop $6,000 to stay at a Star Wars or even a Star Trek themed hotel. I don't care how good the experience is supposed to be. I'd never do it.
No.
And Padawannabe, how are you doing today?
Doing well. How are you, gentlemen?
Doing all right. You're a little low, brother.
Oh, here. Let me move this up a little closer there.
You're still a little low.
Okay, then.
And I can hear myself.
Oh,
Scary, isn't it?
that should. Oh, wait. Let me make sure my phone's off. Everything. Oh, let me check my cancellation. cancellations off, stereo audio's on, but turn my mic up.
Naughty nerd.
Alright,
Nerd.
I'm at 120 now. Is this better? A little louder?
You're still low. It sounds
Yeah.
like it might be coming from another audio source.
Yep, I figured it out. Let me mute. I'll come back. You guys
Yeah.
go
All right,
ahead.
Baron.
I'll on to the next one.
Okay. Well, I think there is 3 things. Or is there more to the story? I don't want to get myself.
There is, but if you got a thought that you want to express, go ahead and express it.
Well, I'm just going to say there's 3 things that doomed this little endeavor that Disney did. And it by itself is not a bad idea. What they had planned is not a bad idea. But the 3 problems are: is one, the economy right now. It sucks. I don't care what anybody says. This bad economy we're in. 2, they... Okay, so that was the first one. 2, they set this in the sequel trilogy era. There's not enough things in the sequel trilogy to really enamor your really hardcore fans. I'm talking about the real fans. I'm not talking about the ones that only seen the sequel trilogy and think this is the bee's knees. They originally had the plan for the original trilogy, but KK and Gang again. No. We need to promote Wonder Ray and all that. So they pushed it up ahead. If they had this as a Star Wars, the original trilogy, or even, dare I say, the prequel trilogy, you would have had a very successful park, which comes around to the third part, again, with the economy. The price is way too much. What were they smoking? Were they snorting cocaine off of a prostitute's butt in a bathroom somewhere, going, hey, you know what we can do? We can charge $1,200 a person.
They probably saw what The Force Awakens was bringing in when that first came out and thought, oh, wait a minute. We should theme this around our sequel trilogy and people will come.
Mm-hmm. But we found out what happened with the sequel trilogy.
Yeah. Once everybody saw The Last Jedi, a lot of people bailed.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to say hello to Captain Phantom Nerd. Good to see you, brother.
Nerd!
It is an open panel, so if anybody wishes to join us, they are more than welcome to do so. The link is pinned at the top on PACIFIC414, and is it pinned on the top on your channel too, Baron?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
I did that. Yeah.
Okay.
I was asking Martin.
That was my porthole of entry.
Hey, stay away from my porthole.
Hey, I'm squeezing through the wall right now. You can't stop me.
Oh my.
That's what she said. How you doing, Padawannabe?
Doing well. I'll wait for you to hit a break and then we'll recap.
All right.
I have to watch what I say. My pastor's wife, our former pastor's wife, is here, so I can't get carried away. Watch them out, Baron.
Watch your P's and Q's and dot your I's.
Ooh,
Yeah,
can I get on a delay.
Yeah. Well, and this is after I'm talking about snorting coke.
Listen. Whatever you do with Mentos and Coca-Cola is your business.
Mentos. Oh goodness.
You gotta get the good message.
All right, I thought that was funny. All right.
What?
So this article finishes up by saying the final voyage for the Galactic Star Cruiser will take place September 28th through 30th, 2023. Any guest book on or after that date will be contacted by the hotel to discuss options and modify plans. New bookings are paused until May 26th in order to give priority to those who need their reservations altered. The hotel continued. Yep. So that is all for this article.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to be, but
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to be.
I've kind of been put off by this since the announcement of their prices in the beginning. You know, I can definitely say I'm a maybe middle lower class individual family, and that doesn't say we don't make a decent amount of money. You know, middle class has a wide range these days, but $6,000, honestly, I'm thinking a much more glorious vacation than this. I mean, $6,000 to me it's not the possibility. It is the definite probability of the best vacation of my life, pretty much anywhere else but here, you know, because the dollar would stretch so much further. Literally, you could stay at 5-star hotels for a week, travel somewhere else, do the same thing, hit a huge amusement park, and I'd probably still come home with a good chunk of change in my pocket. You know, that's the thing. And regardless of what they were putting in it, there was nothing that made me go, I really want to go see this because of that. You know, unfortunately, I haven't been able to attend a whole lot of the newer Star Wars attractions. This one I don't regret. You know, the last one I went on was the Star Tours when that came out, so that might have been what, 92, 93, 94, around then. And that's been gone. You know, that came and went, and they've had a few things since then. But it really is the dollar value. I do not have disposable income whatsoever. And you all kind of know what I do. I collect a little bit. So on that aspect, it's like, okay, live your life, have your hobbies, and then save up a ridiculous amount for a normal person. On a hotel, as soon as they showed the hotel rooms and things like that, it was very underwhelming. You just felt like you were staying in a compound. You know, why couldn't they have done this on a cruise ship and redecorated a cruise ship? You know, I mean, you're on the water, you should be in space, but you know, it would have been a better experience. You all have talked about it, and I think we all agree this was just not a very well thought out plan. This is not a well thought out era of Star Wars.
Well,
No, and another thing about this particular hotel is the moment you get there, you're given an itinerary of activities that you can't really opt out of.
And that's one thing that I can definitely say when you talk to people on vacation. Vacation isn't relaxing as you'd like it to be. It's a very stressful thing because you're constantly, okay, let's get here, just like you're saying, itinerary. No one's going to want to get up and do something on vacation. They want fun, not, let's go do this. You know, I mean, exactly what you said, that whole planned thing, like this hour to this hour, we will start and you will be done. So where's the bathroom breaks? Are those scheduled too?
yeah, probably.
I got to use the little Bantha's room.
Like a bantha.
I got a potty like a bantha.
Well, you know, it comes back to what you were also sitting back saying, looking at it. You know, when you had the promo where, I don't know, the woman that looked like a man and Adam Goldberg acting like Will Wheaton running around showing the place off. The bridge of the ship looked like it was out of Buck Rogers. Not Star Wars. I'm talking about, you know, the 79, you know, 79 series, you know, Joel Gerard series. And the cabins looked like, you know, maybe Space 1999. Didn't look Star Wars.
Yes,
none of that.
You know.
Also, go on.
No,
And-
you please.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. And, you know, and I'm going to reference, but no, it was the Clownfish. He said something absolutely important on that. Disney is known for its animatronics. So why did they have like an animatronic Max Rebo band in there playing and doing, you know, what you would consider? But no, they had the Twilight, which is nothing wrong with that, and singing songs that didn't feel like you were in the Star. You know, it's like Carrie Fisher singing in the holiday special. You know, Star Wars. So, I mean, with all that, they weren't. You had Twilights, you had Rhodians walking around there, you had the fancy show with Raylo and Chewbacca and the New Order stormtroopers. But can you imagine what it would be if they made it look more like Star Wars, like you were on board, like a Rebel Alliance cruiser? You had real stormtroopers from the original series, the animatronics here and there, more droids. I mean, as I was told that you hardly saw like droids or anything like that in there. It's like, how hard is it to have a few R2 units running around there, beeping and chirping and interacting with people?
It shouldn't be too hard. And also, what's sad about this whole experience, Baron, is when you hear and read other reports of what it was originally supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you're thinking to yourself, like you said, set this in the original trilogy or even the prequels.
Right.
People would have had a whole lot of fun.
I think it would
They would have had a ball.
I think prequel would have been even better because, you would have your clone troopers, but you had more Jedis then. So everyone could be running around like a Jedi.
Well, that's what I was kind of thinking. I was like, at the very least, even if they're looking to save money, let's do the Jedi experience, put everybody in cheap Jedi robes, keep the costs down and see how it goes. But, and that is something that could have crossed all movies. But yeah, the going to one section is very strange because Disney's always been that let's reach as many as we can. And now we've all seen it. You guys talk about it all the time. Let's go here. Let's go here. They're very finite in who they're going after. And were they not making enough money before? Do they want to show us that they can do a comeback? I don't know. I agree with everything you guys are saying. And even they could have kept the sequels in there on a rotation. And then you're creating more jobs. There's more, things going on. And like you guys were saying about the droids and things, tell me Disney couldn't have put something out there to the fans. Right. We're looking for stand-in droids. Is there one you have that we can use, or would you make one for us? How many people would jump at that chance?
Me.
I mean, and with the, I wanted to mention this because you guys were talking about like the Mandalorian and things like that, or the Disney subscribers. We have Disney because we have small children, and that's an obvious thing. But I went out and bought Mandalorian season 1 and 2, and they never released it, but I made sure I got me a digital copy or a hard copy of that, because once all that Gina stuff went down, I wasn't convinced it wasn't gonna be changed.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like every day you were hearing a new rumor. Kathleen Kennedy is getting fired. Kathleen Kennedy's going on. And yeah, I'll admit, for a time, I was, falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. Now I hear it, it's like, yeah, whatever.
This old tripe.
Well, the thing will be is when we get to the next story, then we start getting to more interesting questions with the KK, but that's for the next story.
As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and move on to that next story, since I consider them both related.
I would say so, because it's all part of the... I want to finish up with this, though, with one thing.
Yeah.
Is Harry Potter land suffering at all?
I don't think it is. I don't think Universal and the Harry Potter themed area of Universal Studios Florida or Universal Studios Hollywood, or I think they have it in Japan. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was gonna say, I think, isn't there 2 overseas Potterlands? I don't know
sure
either.
There is, yeah. I went down. There's one in England. I mean, they have one in England. But when it comes down to it, is here we are in Florida, and Disney's trying to push their weight around. But we go into the next story. We can finish it up with. But you have Universal there, and it doesn't sound like Universal's having any problems. Not on this.
No, not right now. I mean, if you watch any of the theme park vloggers, which I do, you see that the crowds are pretty good at Universal. They're pretty good at Busch Gardens there in Tampa, and they're pretty good at SeaWorld, and it's because not everybody is a Disney fanatic. Not everybody needs to go to a Disney theme park and have Disney in their lives. Some people would rather go to a theme park where they feel that their money is being well invested.
Yeah.
I'll admit, I went to Universal Park, the Six Flags in Hollywood there. It was a long time ago, but the Batman movie had come out and there was a few things, so this was probably late 90s. But it was a great park for a theme park. You know, the only thing I had ever really experienced at that point was Disneyland. I had never been to any of the other Busch Gardens or anything like that. But Universal, I went there the one day and I was like, oh, this is totally worth it. Worth the money. The rides are great. The experience is good. You know, much less to deal with than any Disney experience. Just the parking lot at Disney is its own conundrum.
Oh. Hey, Mike, he's a Bush.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm doing some rearranging with my sound bites, so I don't have any sound bites available right now.
They've got to have some good ones on their new show.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to see it yet myself. Okay, off topic. Stop it.
It's all right, but you know, because we're talking about this, and this is related to the Disney theme parks and what's theme parks in general. You know, the closest theme park I have to me is Busch Gardens Williamsburg. That's the closest one I have, and of course, it takes 2.5 hours to get there from where I'm at. So you're looking at 5 hours round trip to get there and back, and of course, get tickets. And the last time I went, tickets weren't too bad. I don't know what they're at right now because I haven't taken the opportunity to look because I haven't really felt inclined to go. But moving on.
Yep.
We're going to go ahead and talk about this story. And I do want to welcome Brandon to the panel. And in this story,
hello,
how are you doing today?
Apion? Am I saying that right?
You can hear me just fine.
Apion is here as well.
Okay.
You can hear me just fine.
I can hear you, Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right. So the story from Bounding in the Comics says the Walt Disney Company shareholders sue the Walt Disney Company, former CEO Bob Chapek, current CFO Christine McCarthy, and former DMED executive Kareem McDaniel. Hello, Apion.
Sorry, I think I had my mic settings wrong, so you couldn't hear me.
That's right.
Sorry.
And
didn't mean to cut you off. I was just testing it.
That's all right. And welcome, Resolute Germ.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Oh my God,
Hope you're doing well.
Now.
Well, Resolute Germ is here.
Yep. So, okay. So this article, which was posted on the on the 18th, it's by John F. Trent, and it says a new lawsuit was filed in the United States Central District Court of California by Local 272 Labor Management Pension Fund against the Walt Disney Company, former CEO Bob Chapek, current CFO Christine McCarthy, and former chairman of Disney Media and Entertainment Division Kareem Daniel. The article goes on to say the lawsuit alleges the defendants were involved in drafting, producing, reviewing, and/or disseminating the false and misleading statements and information alleged herein, and were aware of recklessly disregarded the false and misleading statements being issued regarding the company and approved or ratified these statements in violation of the federal securities laws. So, if true, that's pretty serious accusations. It goes on to specifically accuse the defendants of being provided with copies of the documents alleged herein to be false and misleading before or shortly after their issuance, participated in conference calls with investors during which false and misleading statements were made, and had the ability and opportunity to prevent their issuance or cause them to be corrected. Accordingly, each individual defendant is responsible for the accuracy of the public statements detailed therein, and is therefore primarily liable for the representations contained therein. The suit specifically charges the Walt Disney Company and the other defendants of materially false and misleading statements and omissions issued during the class period that began on December 10th, 2020. It goes on to allege that defendants acted with sincere and the defendants knew or recklessly disregarded that the public documents and statements they issued and disseminated to the investigating public in the name of the company or in their own name during the class period were materially false and misleading. So they're being accused of saying one thing and doing another.
Say it isn't so. Disney? Not these guys. They would never.
Never.
Never. They're honest people. They would
Goes
never
on to
do
say-
anything unsavory.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. Defendants knowingly and substantially participated or acquiesced in the insurance or dissemination of such statements and documents as primary violations of the federal securities laws. It asserts defendants by virtue of their receipt of information reflecting the true facts regarding Disney and their control over or receipt or modification of Disney's materially false and misleading statements were active and culpable participants in the fraudulent scheme alleged herein.
So you're accusing the board of securities fraud.
Yeah.
And
So they should all be facing 10 years in prison.
Or more.
Yeah.
Or more.
But they won't.
Nope.
Yeah,
And
they
hello,
won't.
Whoopa.
Hello.
The article goes on to summarize, in short, defendants' fraudulent cost-shifting scheme was designed and overseen by defendants Chapek and Daniel and permitted and furthered by defendant McCarthy, each of whom is liable as a result of inherently deceptive nature of the scheme.
My gosh.
It goes on to allege that the Walt Disney Company, Chapek, Daniels, and McCarthy violated 10B of the Exchange Act and SEC Rule 10B-5, explaining that they employed devices, schemes, and artificial means, pretty much. Basically, they lied, they cheated, they stole, is what this article's saying.
Right.
I don't think we need to read the rest of it because we pretty much get the gist of what the suit's about. They told the investors, the shareholders, one thing, and they ended up doing another thing.
And
it's been documented, it's been recorded.
Mm-hmm. And they had that investor meeting, they're even called out on it by investors.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they tried to cover it up by having the sets come in there, but it was not hard. It's not hard to see that people are mad that are investing into Disney.
Yeah. They expect the Walt Disney Company and every company that's under that umbrella to provide a service to a level of degree that service has been stated to say that they're going to provide it for.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're expecting them to, go to a movie and be entertained, well, that's exactly the kind of service you're looking for.
Right.
Entertainment from their entertainment division. You go to a theme park, you want to be able to go and have a theme park experience where there aren't any rides that are down.
Mm-hmm.
Because how many times, especially now, do you hear where people have gone to the Disney theme parks, specifically here in the States, and there's always some ride that's not operational. It's down for either refurbishment or it's down because of poor maintenance.
Oh, I heard. I don't know if this is something they still do, but I know when the bug was going around, you would sign up instead of waiting in line. You just sign up with an app. And they said there would be people with after 17 minutes, every ride was booked solid. If you didn't log in right when the park opened up, you were pretty much screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to have this system called Fast Pass Plus, where before you go on your trip, you would have a window. It would be at least a month, maybe 2 months before you went on your trip, where you can select, 3 rides per day that you wanted to ride via Fast Pass. So you go through the different rides, you look at the different times that are available, and you decide, okay, so I want to ride Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. All right, they have one available. I'm going to be there on Thursday. They have one available at 6 p.m. I'll take that 6 p.m. slot.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you go to use this Fast Pass Plus system, and you go to look for a ride like Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, and there's nothing available. So here you are, you're paying expense to begin with. Even though they said that Fast Pass Plus was a free service, you're paying for it in your ticket price, and also your hotel stay. So you go there onto the site before your trip, and you see that it's not available, and you're like, okay, so what's the point of having Fast Pass if the ride that I want isn't available? Even when I check different days, it's not available. Now, sometimes you might get lucky the day you get there and somebody decides, you know what, I don't want to go on Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, and you check the app and there happens to be a Fast Pass available, but it doesn't always happen because now they have something called Genie Plus where you pay between $15 upwards to $35 just to reserve your seat and your spot in line.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. On top of the food costs, on top of the ticket costs to get into the parks, now they're asking you to pay more just so you can reserve your spot in line.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
They think
I thought that's what children were for.
I mean,
wait here while I go get a beer real quick.
Or back in the day when I used to go to a theme park with my family, whether it was Knott's Berry Farm or we did go to Disneyland, even Magic Mountain. One person would wait in line, and that person would be there so that we would have a spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was bathroom breaks, and we're gonna go get food and all that stuff. I mean that's old school line standing 101. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. And now you got to pay to do that. Okay, I've got my spot in line, but guess what? I had to fork over $35-$40 to do it.
For like a 30-second experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I've never been to Disney, but I've always gone. There's a Six Flags near us, and it's a lot of fun. We usually go once or twice a year, and it's expensive. But it's kind of, hey, make sure to bring a lunch that you can walk out and eat, and make sure to just be ready to go all day. Hey, we're gonna make sure we hit everything, and maybe you'll hit a few lines, but that's fine. It's a lot of fun. Everything I hear about Disney is like you're taking out, a second, third mortgage on your house if you want to go there.
Serious.
How attached are you to that arm?
You probably wonder why it's red.
Well, I remember years and years ago, Disney, it was like $80 for an adult, and then child prices aren't much less.
Yeah.
And the restrictions would get smaller and smaller. It's like, oh, can your child walk? Oh, that's child prices. If they can't go on a ride, then you get a discount. Otherwise, if they can go on the rides, there's kind of no discount. And then what's parking? Like $40 more? I mean...
And you don't have
$40 would be pretty cheap.
Yeah. And this was years ago, so I'm almost positive the tickets are like $120 a piece now, or more.
Yeah, you pretty much need like $500 to go to Disneyland these days.
I was say if you want to stay at the hotel, like that's just
goodness, yeah.
I was just gonna say, depending on what day you go to, because let's not forget, they charge you by different days. The more popular day, the higher the price.
And the park hopper thing with California Adventure. If you want to go over there, you got to buy that thing.
Let's all just meet up at Legoland.
Yes. I love Legoland.
I've never been to Legoland. Like, by the time Legoland opened, I was too big for it.
Nonsense.
Well, I mean, take a look, what Mike was saying earlier with all this, is they have $1 billion loss. Now, they bought Star Wars, Lucasfilm, for $4 billion. So that's a quarter of what they paid for Lucasfilm that they lost. That's not including all the other losses that they had in there. Lucasfilm should be the goose that laid a couple golden eggs every hour, but now it's just shooting out 10 eggs because the IP they ran into the ground. It does not have the power. They can't bring it in. They're starting to do it with good old-fashioned Marvel. People
they thought they had golden eggs. They got Veruca from Willy Wonka.
But the thing is,
I want it now.
The thing is, it did have the golden egg, but then they started feeding substandard food to it, and then it's like, we're getting substandard entertainment from them. And then, of course, what happens? Their greed gets out of hand. It's like, okay, we'll have to start charging more. We got to squeeze as much as we can out of these people that come in here because we're having this loss, which is the wrong way to go.
Oh, they had that the whole fiasco with that. What is that cruiser thing that they did?
Yeah,
with
just
Star
talk about
Wars.
That, the Star Cruiser. Yep.
Yeah, where it's like you're looking at the hotel, you're like, "What? This is where you're staying? This looks terrible."
That wasn't even a hotel; it was made out of old shipping crates.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I totally agree. It should have been a cruise ship and formed like a Star Destroyer or something. Totally.
And these investors, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Baron.
I was just going to be smart ass here and say that, if they're going to have a place where you're going to be confined to a spot the whole time, they should have just done Hogan Zero Solid 13 land. They could stay in the barracks, and I could be Schultz. I could go around being Schultz. I know nothing. I see nothing. Hey, Mike, you could be Colonel Klink.
I do need to get that clip.
With this, the investor thing had $1 billion loss and all that. It's very obvious, and it's kind of the way Disney run. They're like, oh, the old way works, and we've made enough money, and it'll recoup our losses. But I don't understand how these investors didn't see it. Do they not have an assistant? Are they just letting it ride? You could have asked any 20 to 30-year-old about Star Wars, a few of them, and they all of them probably would have said, this would be a good time to get out. So them staying in it, they kind of, you get what you deserve, man. You rode the horse to the ground. You're putting it away. You're not putting it away wet. You're putting it away dead. And so if you want to let your money ride, let it ride. I don't know what to tell you, but they can sue them, because I think that was kind of misleading myself. But we don't know if we were even getting the real quotes or the real notes from the meetings. We're not gonna see everything. We're not gonna hear everything. So what we're hearing, I can only imagine, we're hearing an edited version. It's like, oh, it's got to be really bad. And then I don't know if you guys remember, there was a couple times when investors got on microphone at these things and started asking questions, and they literally are just circling answers. Nothing answered. So they knew it was coming, but they stuck in it. They thought Disney was going to be able to keep going, and they did not invest wisely. They've chosen poorly.
The thing is, a lot of their investors now are public sector union pension funds, which are easy to grift control on those things. The private hedge funds, they got out a long time ago.
Which is why they were hurting so bad in the first place. And here's the $1 million question, folks. Will Bob Chapek sell them down the drain when this all comes? Is he going to open up and say everything? Is he going to drop everything because of how they treated him?
I can't say I haven't thought of something like that. Just the other day, I was like, gosh, is Disney going to end up selling everything and all they keep is Star Wars?
Resolution Jones.
No, I don't think Star Wars. I don't think Star Wars is even going to be a keeper for them. I think pretty soon here it's going to be anything. If someone comes with enough money saying we'll buy Lucasfilm from you, they'll accept it.
Yeah, I feel like the last thing they'd want to hold on to is Marvel, even if we might not want them to, just because that seems to be doing better than other things. And yeah,
who's going to buy it?
I have no idea.
You don't know. I mean,
I have $5. I'll take it.
Yeah. Well, I was starting to GoFundMe for they have Coach take over and own Lucasfilm.
Here's another thing I was thinking about, Baron, is even if Disney does sell Star Wars, I don't see George Lucas buying it back.
No. But I can see him getting involved. I can see him getting involved. If you had
we don't think Filoni would ask some favors to get a deal on that?
I think Filoni might have flushed some of this down even with George Lucas, because I said it before, when you had the Clone Wars, it was still with Lucas.
Yeah.
And people sometimes gripe about what Filoni did, but the thing is these came down from high. As Filoni sat back and said many times, George Lucas would come down and say, "I want this."
Yeah.
Do it.
And he's basically a consultant on the Clone Wars, yeah.
Right. So he was still active with the Clone Wars when it was still his baby. But the thing is now Filoni seems to have really gotten off. He's been drinking the Kool-Aid over there. I don't think even George would want him back if he was able to be in control. Let's say an investor, and they say, "George, will you be in charge of this project?" And I think a lot of these people he would bring back because he felt that they backstabbed him. And he's rightly so.
I think that bridge is burned. I think the bridge is burned there. But I was just thinking, since Filoni's in the fold now, give him a production company, But we have to see if he can even pull it off, because like you just said, everything Filoni has done up until he's got to prove himself, as far as I'm concerned now. But everything he did before was Lucas's baby. It's like Lucas, just like you said, I want this, and they're like, okay, what if we do? He's like, no. Okay, what if we do? Yes. Okay, what about yes? What about this? No. I mean, we all seen the footage. That's how that guy works. He doesn't have the words in his head, but he sure as heck knows where it's going.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you remember, Filoni was Lucas's handpicked guy.
To be a better Kathleen
was
Kennedy.
Going to be the original guy to be basically Kathleen Kennedy's spot. He just gave her that job as basically an honorific. He assumed Disney was going to fire her.
Yeah.
Well, more importantly, he didn't think they were all going to backstab him, including Iger. Iger admitted he backstabbed him.
Kathleen Kennedy's been around a long time getting people coffee.
Well, I've heard other people say
intern.
Probably not the only thing that she's been giving them, but yeah.
Oh yeah, she must be good at something. She must be good at something.
Well, I've heard other people say that the reason why George named Kathleen Kennedy president of Lucasfilm is because he felt he could trust her with his vision.
Right.
That's what it seemed like in the beginning.
Right. And then the first thing she does is forces female and starts putting this stuff in there. And I think the one thing, obviously, is rubbing George the wrong way, especially with Filoni, is when Filoni started to say this Ahsoka is more powerful than Luke.
His obsession with Ahsoka is a little much.
It's ridiculous. Like I always say, I enjoy the character, but they're taking it way too far. It's like I don't. Okay, let's calm down.
The only reason that could even happen is Ahsoka would have to have some connection to the sister. Otherwise, she can't be that strong because she was never stronger than Anakin.
No, they made her like the Forrest Gump of
she
Star
is
Wars.
the avatar of the
Shows up.
sister now.
One at a time here, folks.
Go ahead.
She is the avatar of the sister now.
Yeah,
that's what they established that in Rebels.
Cringe.
Yeah, she's had her hands in everything. Like they made Ahsoka like I was saying, like the Forrest Gump, where she's like in every important event in Star Wars now. She's just there in the background or something.
Now, I really am curious about these big losses, and neither of these CEO guys, or whatever their actual position title was, who would be next? Because it doesn't seem to me like they can keep them around much longer, can they? I don't know.
Well, and I also
really
wonder.
don't know.
You also wonder how much longer do they need to be? I mean, I'm pretty sure if all these, these top guys that we talk about retired, they're gonna have no monetary issues whatsoever. So at some point, it's like, what do you keep doing this for? Do you really care that much?
Well, yeah, KK does because she wants to push an agenda. She can quit any time and walk away and not have to worry about working another day in her life between her and her husband. But she's made it known this is a personal crusade for her, going out there and doing the Force as female, and changing things over and letting us know that us fanboys are not accepted, are welcomed anymore. And she said that. Well, how are you going to get people encouraged into your property when she's basically alienated the majority of the fans that love Star Wars?
And so much of that. Who was the one person? I forget what franchise it was. Who was like, honestly, we have too many. They said like, I think they said I'd like to have less male fans. They didn't even say I want to have more female fans, which I think everyone's saying, okay. Like they want less. You want us to leave and give you less money? How does that work? It makes no sense.
If we don't like my writing or my book, you can. I don't want you in there, and that's one. What was it, Sam? Whatever her name is, the worthless hack who's ruining Star Wars. With
Worthless
books.
hack. That doesn't narrow it down.
I know.
Yeah, a lot of those.
It goes from everybody from Filoni to Heldago to all those putzes.
I mean, I just don't I do
Sam Max,
understand.
we talked about her not too long ago.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, even if you take the template, I'm not trying to be mean, but women's sports don't make money.
No.
Not at the level they want it to. So I don't know if women-driven anything can make that kind of money, but they're just doing it.
I think
it could, but it's a similar thing to like minor leagues or something. You need to create a buzz. You need to have characters. Sports is similar to entertainment. You need big personalities to bring in money, not attitudes. Because even in male sports, when characters start getting a little too big, I get turned off. I mean, there's some fun. We all have seen Deion Sanders and Emmitt Smith and some of these, really flamboyant kind of guys after the touchdowns and the way they play and everything and the way they live. But we also know the Ray Lewis stories and the controversy that can be caused. So, it's anybody. You get too big and we lose interest. Kathleen Kennedy has made herself so big, I lost interest a long time ago.
And I just want to say hi to Arwen, the lovely Arwen coming in and saying hi.
Good to see you, Arwen.
It always is great to see her.
The corkscrew goes in the center of the cork, Arwen.
Okay, that's obviously.
No, I think you got a good point with the sports and stuff. I think a lot of that. We talk about minor leagues. Another big thing about the minor leagues is, first of all, they're a lot cheaper.
Oh yeah,
it's like they offer you, hey, well, you can get a similar experience for less money. Disney is not interested in charging less for anything, that's for sure. But also with the women's sports, they talk about it. Well, that's not what they're interested in. There's so much of this stuff, especially in video games, but in all this stuff where it's like, oh, women can do this too. And it's like, well, this is true. Like I've met, we've all met plenty of women who like games, but for the most part, women just like either other things or they like different kind of games. It's like you're gonna get women who are interested in Star Wars for sure, but majority of women are not going to be interested in super cool action space drama.
Maybe Animal Crossing or something like this. I don't know.
Yeah, like that.
And here's another thing: you can have a woman in the lead of a movie.
Yeah,
it's been done many times.
It's been done plenty of times. I mean,
it's happened before.
And you can even have many women in movies as lead characters and still not have problems. But ensemble casts is one thing I think movies did right for a long time. Not specific ensembles. Let's just bring in kind of like any of those movies, the Ocean's 11 movies. Not necessarily the people that play the parts, but they're like, we need this specialist. We need this specialist. And that's what you should do in movies. We need somebody that can play these kind of character. We need somebody that can play this kind of character.
I want to watch Ocean's 11 now.
And then throw the nets out. But that's the kind of aspect you want. You want the people with knowledge picking people with knowledge. Well,
to piggyback on what you were talking with the sports was earlier on, there is a sport that women are starting to get more and more viewership following, and that's rugby. And what's
I thought you were going to say pickleball.
Pickleball too. No,
Lingerie football league.
But what's the difference? So here, our American women's basketball leagues are going out there with attitude, saying you gotta watch this or else you're the blah blah blah. You gotta watch.
Can't even dunk.
Right. The difference between that and women's rugby is they go out there and go, watch us play. Watch us play. See how we play. We're going to go out there and play hard for you. They're sitting back saying, we're going to earn your viewership. We're not going to go out there and say, oh, you got to watch us because we are.
So Muslim Joe Puss's Leo.
Yes, he is.
Also one of my favorite users.
But another sport like that with volleyball, and I don't just say that because I love beach volleyball, but
Yeah, I mean, there's something appealing about beach volleyball, isn't there?
Oh yeah, but no, like just regular volleyball. I love watching it in the Olympics and such. It's crazy. Like there was some lady I saw. They pretty other teams spiked it. The person barely saved it, and it was all the way back. And this lady sprints across and like jumps over a table that's across like where the scorers are, and hits it and like saves it, and they get the point. It's like, holy crap, this is badass.
I always thought volleyball was one that they could. I used to be really into the beach volleyball back in the day, but the Olympics too, 6-person. It's very exciting. I did kind of tend to go toward the women a little more because the guys just seemed like it was power all the time. Power. And the women, and it is just as exciting to watch as the men's, but the market itself is not huge. But yes, I totally see what, and the argument with softball. Softball is a whole different level than baseball is. It's exciting to watch that stuff, but again, the market is just not quite big enough to get it noticed. But yes, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, and I agree with Arwen here too, where she says women don't like to be patronized, and when female characters are Mary Sue's, it comes across as insulting. Absolutely right.
You can do no wrong. Bullshit. Like, perfect.
And they don't like to be told to calm down.
Yeah, you're acting a little bit emotional right now. What? Emotional?
Hey, you're acting like my ex. You're acting like my ex.
And I do want to take the time to say hello to Ms. Bella Games. Welcome.
This conversation, I really want to go watch A League of Their Own now. I fucking love that movie.
It's a great movie.
That's a great movie. A League of Their Own. Madonna. It's got a lot of good stuff in it.
Oh, back when Rosie O'Donnell was still liked by everybody.
Yeah, before she got fired from her own show.
Yeah.
Oh,
I never liked her, but she did do a good job. Did do a good job in that movie. She did.
Yeah. And I also want to say hello to Bush McFadden, who says there are so many Mary Sue type characters these days. Absolutely. And, you can call them Gary Sue's too. I don't want a character that already knows everything that they need to do during the story. No, I want that character to learn.
We come from the old school. We saw Chekhov come in as the know-it-all, and everybody put him in his place real quick.
And people love to say, we've seen so many people make videos just debunking this. Like, well, Luke was just like this, and Anakin was just like this. No, they weren't.
No,
like they were. Especially, I love the Anakin one. Yeah, I love the Anakin one, especially because they're like, well, look, he's perfect. It's like, did you miss the part where he turned evil and then got beaten? Like, did you miss that part?
Got all of his limbs chopped off, his arm multiple times.
Do you miss the?
Yeah, he was perfect.
Yeah, do you miss the part where we went out there and slaughtered all the Sand people, including the women and the children?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was fine. I had no problem with that.
And then the young wings.
Yeah.
That's because you're a bigot.
Real quick, guys. Yes, Bush, I am crying. I'm a Cub fan. Of course I'm crying.
Hey, you're still
don't cry
above
in
us in the
baseball.
standings. You can take pride in that. The Cardinals only just recently got up all the way from 15th to 14th. We're doing great right now. We're taking bets. Do you think that the winner of the NL Central is going to have a losing record? I feel like it's
yes. I do, but I strongly feel that the NL Central team that takes first place in that division is going to have a losing record because the NL Central is abysmal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
Okay, I know we're getting off topic, but you get a Cub fan and a Cardinal fan going on their teams, and
but to go on, it's like, how is Luke a Gary Sue? He's not.
So far from a Mary Sue.
Yeah, I mean, in each one of the movies, you saw growth of the character. That's the important thing. You saw growth. The first film, he's kind of a whiny, I don't want to be here, blah blah blah, and they explained how he knew how to do stuff. It's like, oh yeah, flying this is just like my T-16 back home. So he was already making known that he already has piloting experience. So
I was going to go to Toshi Station to get the power converters.
Right. I mean, he was overzealous. He was Obi-Wan was trying to keep him in his place. He was not a Gary Sue in that. I mean, when it came down to the last thing, he just used the Force power for one thing, to be able to blow up the Death Star.
And Empire Strikes Back, he got his ass beat by a Wampa.
Yeah.
Got his face scarred up. Like, I know they had to make that because like a real life accident, but like he constantly took losses and like made mistakes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he got the snot beaten out of him by a Wampa. He got the snot beaten out of him by Yoda teaching him, and then he lost a hand to his daddy.
Oh yeah, Darth Vader kicked his fucking ass in that movie, dude. That wasn't even a real duel. That was Darth Vader playing with his food.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. And real quick, I do want to thank Resolute Germ for joining us on the panel.
Yes, thank
you. If you haven't subscribed to Resolute Germ, I put his link into the chat. Please do go over to his channel. He does a lot of watch parties with classic cartoons, talks about classic cartoons on his channel. Check him out and give him a sub.
What kind of sub? Like meatball sub? Or?
6-inch.
That's up to you.
Whoa.
$5 foot long.
I know it says he won't be here, but can we get the song anyway?
I was just gonna do that, Pat. I know that there were a couple of folks in the chat who specifically come by Pop Talk so they can hear this, especially when Anonymous stops by.
Here we go.
Anonymous.
Yay!
Every time.
It's the best part of the show.
Yeah,
that's
why I come.
Song.
That's why I'm here.
Watch it. Oh, everybody left now. That's what they were waiting for. Now I got it. Everybody left. Thanks a lot, people.
Where's that Resident Germ person?
Resolute Germ had to go. So
Yeah.
I want to thank him for hopping on, and I really appreciate it. And hopefully he'll be able to come on soon.
Mm-hmm.
And Anonymous is saying Luke got a lucky hit and ticked off Vader and paid the price with his hand. Exactly.
The one good swing he did in that duel.
Yep, exactly. And then you could see the difference of the character between Empire and Return of the Jedi. Now you saw the more confident, calm, centered Luke Skywalker, who was on a crusade. His crusade was to save his dad.
We'll also look at something I think is a huge difference. Besides the fact that olives on a meatball sub sounds kind of weird, but
no, it doesn't.
I've never had that. It sounds like I don't know. I'll pass.
Eat it.
But
eat it. Eat it.
Eat it.
Eat it. Just
get
eat
into
it.
my belly.
Eat it. Well, Weird Al Yankovic. Eat it.
They had the whole thing of basically everyone saying, "Hey, Luke, you're not ready." Like. Like he goes because he wants to save his friends, which is very admirable. But everyone's saying, "Hey, you're not ready." And guess what? He wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got Rey. Basically, Luke trains her half as well, if even that, with all the Force stuff. And then they say, "Well, you're not ready," and then she just wins, even though she already won. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense then.
Yeah, she was down 3 TIE fighters in one shot. And how does she know how to fly the Millennium Falcon? She's been planet bound her entire life. She's going around her scooter. And you know what they do? Pablo Hidalgo goes, I know, I'll just write reference in one of these books here saying that she had a simulator in her little AT-AT. No, that doesn't
Falcon's
explain
got a robot.
Yeah.
I'm going to be funny here, folks. I'm going to be funny. It's going to be eye-rolling funny, but Ray saw the How to Fly the Millennium Falcon for W's book inside the cockpit.
How to Fly the Millennium Falcon for Jawas.
That's so ridiculous. And then, she's great at using the lightsaber already because she had a bow staff. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
Luke knew how to shoot because he'd been shooting for a long time, but he sure as hell didn't know how to use a lightsaber. He had to train a lot for that.
Mm-hmm.
Kylo was shot by the bowcaster too in that duel. Like, I'm not gonna completely, excuse that. Rey still is Mary Sue as fuck, but she didn't fight a perfect Kylo Ren. He was definitely injured.
Well, you take a look at the fight sequences in that. It's one of the worst fight sequences in The Force Awakens. It's like, okay, we're going to swing these things like bats.
Yeah.
And then there's a manana out there. It's like,
it always frustrated me because, I feel like if they would have gone... I liked Finn's character in Force Awakens. He was probably the only thing I liked in that movie.
Or they ruined him. And all the other ones. Yeah.
But they established in that movie that they trained stormtroopers in hand-to-hand combat, because when he had the lightsaber, he was fighting the stormtrooper with the electric blade.
Traitor! Yeah,
so
that part.
They train all their
Yeah.
garbage men in lightsaber technique.
Yeah,
obviously he wouldn't know it, but I could understand he has some form of combat or something.
There were definitely stormtroopers that stormtrooper that came up with the electro staff. There were stormtroopers that were specifically trained for certain things.
Right.
No problem with that. But we have no backstory to Rey or Finn. Maybe they could be that good. I don't know. You didn't show us nothing, man.
I'm sure they were trained in vibro blades and stuff, because those can go toe to toe with lightsabers and not break.
But what was the whole thing? And this is a thing that they keep bringing up, is just lightsabers apparently don't do anything. Like,
anybody can get stabbed in the chest and live, except for Qui-Gon. He's fucked.
Yeah, but it's like, what? Kylo just gets a minor scar. Freaking Finn gets his entire spine hit pretty much with the lightsaber, and it's like, you just put him in some water. He's all good. Like, what the hell is that? These are the least effective weapons in history now.
Yeah, they kind of ruined the lightsabers' deadliness. Everybody just gets up and walks away. Reva can get stabbed as a child and live through like 20 stabs to the chest. Oh, Reva's the worst. Oh my god.
That's because Reva had no heart, so they could.
Oh yeah, he stabbed her and there was nothing
everywhere.
there. Yeah,
they just miss all of it.
Yeah, there was no vital organ there.
Mm-hmm.
So, is there anything that anybody wants to add to this article about Walt Disney being sued? I'm not talking about Walt Disney the man. I'm talking about the company.
Yeah. But the big,
I've got $8, $8 in my wallet right now. If you want to sell to me and make everything go away,
so is this
that's $8 more than they have now? They're bleeding.
Would this be a situation where the stockholders could force retirement or whatever? You know what I mean? Could something like that happen if this case actually becomes a legit thing and something like that?
Oh hell yeah!
Where maybe like the stockholders hold temporary power until they elect a new CEO or CFO or whatever they're called. CEO. Okay.
Yeah, they can because they have a vote of non-confidence. They're the ones that are putting the money in there. They can get together and say, "Hey, we don't like what's going on. Either we change this or we pull our support." You know, and watch your stocks really go boop on this.
I mean,
but the big difference between Disney today and Disney of Walt is back when Khrushchev came to the United States, he wanted to visit Disneyland. But to do that, they had to close the entire park down. Disney said, no, I am not going to do that because that will interfere with the hardworking families that made an effort to come to this park and to enjoy the day here. And that's one of the reasons why, believe it or not, that when he was up there pounding the shoe, saying, we will bury you, that was one of his little temper tantrums because he couldn't go to Disneyland. Now, today, you don't have that attitude. They don't see that. All they see is how much can we squeeze out of you, you little peons, you pathetic little worms. Come on, give us money. And if a ride is broken down, we don't give a rip.
But I will be curious to see how this goes because there's nothing really slated. You know, nothing hard confirmed for sure, and everything they did slate kind of went down the tubes.
What about the Acolyte?
Well, I mean, I'm wondering about that because I don't know how accurate the rumors are and how much they have invested in the company, like Kathleen Kennedy, if she's embedded enough, like she can maintain herself in the company enough to do this, or if that's going to get scrapped too. Because I don't know if I should believe all the rumors. Was Brie Larson ever legitimately a part of this thing, honestly?
I don't know.
From the beginning.
Want me to be a part of it?
So I just don't know. I've heard there's been all kinds of problems with the cast until just recently when they said they hired these people. But of course, reshoots, rewrites, all kinds of problems. Now the writer's strike. The
writer's strike, and supposedly there's going to be an actor's strike.
I don't know.
Month.
I'm honestly surprised the way all the other titles went. I'm shocked this is still a thing.
Well, especially if I was a stockholder, the first real giant red flag would have been the massive amount of reshooting and changing of directors and such for not only Rogue One but for Solo. And when you have a film that's almost virtually getting close to done, it's like, no, we're gonna bring Ron Howard in because I don't like what you were doing, and virtually almost reshoot the film. How much money is that right there?
Well, that I don't know because they could, they already have his daughter in the loop, so he could be doing some kind of favor. I don't know. I don't know you'd think it would cost a grip of money to get a director like that. All of a sudden.
No, but the big thing is when you have a film almost done and you decide, I don't like the guys who are doing the directing, we're going to get rid of them and bring somebody else in. I just said Ron Howard because he does have a history with Lucasfilm, Willow, the movie, for one. And he was kind of, loosely around a lot of those guys back in the 70s. But the thing is when you have two films that you virtually have to reshoot a huge percentage about. Yeah. For no other reason than the fact that Kathleen Kennedy got her little undies in a tight, and basically that's what they said. Kathleen didn't like it. So it's like, no, it's not fitting my vision. And then what do we get? I mean, yeah, Rogue One was good, and look at the cluster.
Rogue One was about the only thing good to come out of Disney.
And along your same lines, the reshoots. What movie didn't? Since they were trying to, what series didn't? It seems like everything they've touched. Oh, let's scrap it, start over, reshoot everything, or 90% of the stuff. And I don't know if that's all true, other than we can see Disney losing tons of money. Tons.
Right. Well, and every time you hear about reshoots, I mean, I feel like almost every time, there's some exceptions, but for the most part, anytime you hear about major reshoots, that movie's never ends up being good.
Well, we'll see with Indy, huh?
I won't be seeing it. You can see it.
Hey, Redbox is cheap.
Speaking of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, I know Cannes has been padding it with the 8 reviews or however many reviews it's already gotten, but the French have always been harsh when it comes to movies. I want to wait until the movie comes out, and I want to hear word of mouth from people that have actually seen it, whether it's good, whether it's not so good, whether it's just, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull all over again.
And I fully expect to see, like, whatever the Rotten Tomatoes score is, that seems to be what they're using mostly these days. Within critics and fans, I fully expect to see like a 40% swing with most movies.
Well,
as
it goes with. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's very common, ever since back in the day, Siskel and Ebert, 2 thumbs down. We loved it. So for it's not often when a movie does get across all the demographics, but they could give it a 30. I would not be surprised to see a 90 rating from the fans on something like that. So, but we'll see.
Well, the big thing is of course, Cannes going to be trashing it. What they're bringing in, there's nothing to the level of Jerry Lewis.
Oh.
It's all possible. It could be good. I'm not gonna, maybe it'll surprise me. Just to me, like, forget all the stuff they've mentioned. Like, oh, they had this or that line in it, which does sound sketchy. To me, it's just, why am I interested in a movie, an Indiana Jones movie that came out after Crystal Skull? Like, I did not like that movie, and now Harrison Ford is no spring chicken. It's you know what you're gonna see.
As a fan, for me, that's the only reason I'm even interested, is because Harrison Ford is in it.
I get that. I just kind of think, I don't think Harrison Ford, even in the Crystal Skull, even though I thought that movie sucked, Harrison Ford was still, for the most part, Indy. I don't know if he can physically be that anymore.
They made that joke where he should be in a museum in Crystal Skull, and that was like 25 years ago. They were joking about his age, and now we're doing it again.
No, we'll see. And we all know that there's a lot of, we saw a lot of the shoots with the guys with the dots on their face and stuff. So how much of it is kind of CGI? How good is the CGI? We'll have to see. It has the potential to be good. And as, again, coming from the heart of a fan, and I think you can all agree, I don't want to feel bad for Harrison Ford, okay? I don't want to feel bad for his last movie. I don't want him going out like this.
You don't want him to go out with a thud. You want him to go out with a victory lap.
Right.
With Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny being his final movie, quote unquote. Even though I think he's going to be in a Marvel movie, or he's going to be in some comic book movie.
Even if he strikes out, I'll give him the respect that everybody gave Cal Ripken Jr. I'd still high five him if he ran around the field.
Right.
But please, come on, man, give me a home run. I don't want that for him.
You do want that for someone who's going out, bring up baseball. I don't want to be, you know what you got here, bring up baseball.
Air Force.
But that's the feel.
You want the guy who's about to retire to hit a home run. Yes, David Ross did that in Game 7 of the World Series as a player, which was a great moment. As a manager, he's not such a great manager. I'm not saying that. He's not. He's not. The Cubs have lost too many games already this season because of his boneheaded decisions.
You had to poke the bear, didn't you? You It had the poke bear.
Well, I mean, it was perfect though, Baron. Mentioning how
catering to the panel. I'm trying.
How Harrison Ford is basically going into retirement, and you wanted to see him have that last hurrah, and that's why I thought I'm bringing up David Ross, and I'm bringing up how he did hit a home run in Game 7 of the 2016 World Series for the Cubs, but as Cubs manager, he sucks.
I want this film to succeed. I want this film to succeed because you love Indiana Jones. We love Indiana Jones. We love Harrison Ford playing this part. We don't want this going out like a Star Trek V, where this is going to be the last adventure of the crew. That was King of Crystal Skull. I want this to be like the Undiscovered Country for him. But when you have we have Fleabag in there and going around strutting her stuff and KK behind it, it really sends up too many flags about this.
James Mangold, though, did Logan, so I have a little bit of faith that he can do a swan song for the character. He did Logan pretty solid. So
I thought Logan was pretty decent.
I'm hoping he could transfer that into the Indiana Jones universe, and we can get a nice send off. But man, it's so hard to top that scene in Last Crusade when they ride off in the sunset. Like you can't. That's like a perfect ending to a franchise.
Perfect
Sean
bookend.
Connery and Harrison Ford together in a movie, even when it came out, those were two of the biggest box office stars of all time, kind of thing.
Yeah, and the thing about Sean Connery is that they wanted him to be Cyborg in Star Trek V, but he was already committed to The Last Crusade.
And back then, you were not able to cross-pollinate. You could not be doing two jobs at the same time.
Yeah.
But not on that level because of let's face it, you're dealing with a high action and the special effects. For both of those, it's hard to go back and forth like that at the same time.
And even
you have to be almost committed.
I was just gonna say the big comparison story is what Michael J. Fox had to go through. He had to get special clearance from the company to even shoot the movie because they didn't want him to shoot the movie. And then,
they were dead set against Michael J. Fox shooting both Back to the Future and Family Ties.
And you see why the guy's getting no sleep. That you hear of his schedule literally running, being driven at high speeds back and forth just to make time. I mean, that's kind of why they didn't want to do it. Today, it's a little easier, but still,
Yeah.
How's it?
And real
quick,
now? You're sounding better. And real quick, I want to say hello to Rocco the Brave and also Wolverine.
Hey guys or girls, hello.
I
Sorry,
like that.
I'm still working on my inclusion.
And speaking of your mic problems, Baron, Lospec says Baron Orman Tagge needs to reset mic or something.
That's what.
Listen, Baron, I've told you. I've told you many times. Why do you keep placing the mic next to Mouse? You know what Mouse is going to do? Mouse is going to knock it off your desk.
Well,
because you don't give him time to talk.
Okay, thank you, Mouse.
And back to you, Baron.
Man. This is how I deal with Mouse.
What would you say you do here?
Does he follow it up with, I have people skills? I'm good at dealing with people?
No, he doesn't. He knows better than that. That's why I didn't play that part, because he's not a people person or a cat.
Mike.
Yes.
I have a new banner. I did want a new banner for my channel.
Oh, nice.
And I have 1,200 subscribers.
Very nice. Look, I'm looking at it right now, Brandon. Looks real good.
Yep, I can see you guys my new banner.
Well, we'll talk about other channels some other time. Remember, promotion is supposed to be at the appropriate time, not now.
My new banner, the new banner for my channel.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely show it toward the end of the show, Brandon. Right now, right now's not the time. I want to save all channel promotions, whether for yourself or for anybody else, toward the end.
I have about 1,200 subscribers right now. 1226.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
you're one of my favorite users.
Thank you, Brandon. Now moving on to our next story.
What's the next story?
Well, our next story, Arnold. Yeah, I'm gonna give you an update. Yeah, I'm gonna give you an update on King Conan. Come on, Baron. You know you want to watch it. You know you want to see it. You know you want to see old Arnold on the big screen. Come on.
I do. Actually, I love this.
Wow.
Come on, we gotta get to the chopper.
Hey, waiting for him. Yeah.
Get to the chariot. There's a big lion over there. Look out.
There are women's lamentations we must be hearing.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
wait, hold on.
It's the T1000. I mean, it's a tiger.
Mike, I have a question.
Yes.
What is best in life?
What do you mean, Whooper? What is best in life is when the Cubs beat the Cardinals.
I set myself up for that one, I guess.
You did.
Amen.
Hey, you're not working with no beginners here, buddy. Watch it.
But anyways, we got this story from Comic Book News. It says Arnold updates King Conan movie. Sounds like the third movie will always remain a legend. I am a legend. I'm Arnold. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
We got a third
Will
movie.
Smith
It had
was I
Jason
Am Legend.
Momoa. It had Jason Momoa in it. It was a
Well,
terrible
listen-
Conan.
I thought I was going to say Red Sonja.
Yeah, if you listen to Phil's Red Sonja.
All
I'm
right,
excited
so
for
this,
the Red Sonja remake, though. That'll be good when that comes out, hopefully.
I hope it's good.
Hopefully. Yeah.
I hope it's good, and she's got to be a redhead.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, I said it.
Not
She's
Scarlett
got to be a
Johansson.
redhead. Natural redhead.
I never even heard this movie before.
Well, that's because it's been in development for a long time. Whether it actually sees the light of day, Brandon, who knows? But this article goes on to say Arnold Schwarzenegger updates the King Conan movie, which follows the actor offering he won't be back for another Terminator movie.
Thank God.
Oh, come on. Don't you want to see me in another Terminator movie?
My name is Carl now. I have a wife. I live with a wife. I'm a human being.
Come on, I got the leather jacket. It's still in the closet.
Call me Carl.
I mean,
I'm not
come
gonna
on.
call him Carl.
No.
I love that. That's my favorite line.
We all know I'm not a mouse wants to see another Terminator movie. Come on.
Oh, they ran that franchise into the ground. Dark Fate.
Dark Fate is his favorite movie. Come on.
I finally got to kill John Connor with a shotgun. I did my duty. Then I became Carl.
I won't be able to read this whole article doing my Arnold impression.
Oh, you gotta do it.
All right.
Come on now.
All right. Peer pressure.
The fans want it. Come on.
Peer pressure. But before I do, I want to say hello to the super fan, Adam Shawhan.
What's up, buddy? I've been watching you on the TV as I'm out here being a hillbilly burning shit on my property.
Yeah, come on. I thought you were going through your workout regimen, chopping down trees. Come on, pushing boulders. Come on, feeling the burn.
Because we're coming in the gym and we're coming in the gym and we're coming on the set and we're Arnold and we're just coming constantly.
Van Adam
So I smoke my stogie wherever I want. I don't have to find a hidey hole like you.
Running things out onto the ground as Hollywood comment MO.
And I want to say hello to the Napoleon life form. He's no girly man. He goes out there, gives his retrospectives, and he also tells it like it is when it comes to fandom. He's no girly man.
We want to pump you
He
up.
looks like Michael Chiklis.
We want to pump you up.
Stop.
All right, guys. Bear with me. I apologize in advance, but yes, I will read this in my bad Arnold impression.
Oh no!
All right.
Look, I bumped it up. My icon. I bumped it
You've
up.
all been warned.
I'm
Okay.
expendable. Moving Sylvester Stallone.
Arnold Schwarzenegger updates the King Conan movie, which follows the actor offering he won't be back for another Terminator movie. In an interview with GHR, where Arnold also says the Triplets movie isn't happening due to Jason Reitman bailing out on the project like a little sissy girly man.
Okay, that's it. I'm out of here.
This is great.
Is he still doing it? Can I say
I gotta stop laughing first.
See, man.
Of course he is. He never gives up.
Arnold also,
the Arnold voice always comes back. You should know this.
Arnold offers doubts the King Conan movie will ever see the light of day. It's been pending for the last 10 years. Frederick Malmberg owns the rights. He comes to me and says, "Oh, I have a deal with Netflix." And when we ask Netflix, they don't know anything about it. It's one of those crazy things. Explains Arnold. I hope he figures it out. I think you do it like Unforgiven. Do it. Do it now.
What are you waiting for?
Where you play the age. There's a great script out there that John Milius wrote, and others have written one. The story is there. There are directors who want to do it. They want to do it. But he has the rights. And until he sells the rights for one or two movies or for the franchise, there's nothing you can do about it.
Wow. No. It makes me so angry. I want to punch someone.
Come on, give me the script. I have it. I'm ready.
I've been throwing more oil over my big bolted muscles. Get it.
Maybe it's a tumor. Great. It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
California got a big baby penis.
Oh boy.
Oh,
in 1992, Schwarzenegger made his first appearance as Conan the Barbarian, directed by John Milius. The film introduced audiences to the world of Hyboria, a brutal, savage realm where Conan seeks revenge against the sorcerer Tulsa Doom, played by James Earl Jones. Well, he's going against Darth Vader. Did he really think that he was going to win against Darth Vader?
No.
Didn't even have a lightsaber, man.
Schwarzenegger's commanding physical presence and charismatic performance catapulted him to stardom. Yeah, everybody wanted to see me at the box office. Come on.
The super box office smash hit movie.
Perfectly embodying the stoic yet powerful warrior. The film's success laid the foundation for Schwarzenegger's future in the franchise. 2 years later, Schwarzenegger reprised his role. Yeah, I reprised it.
It's so good. Your little ad-libs are so perfect, too.
Conan the Destroyer, directed by Richard Fleischer. The film took a slightly lighter tone compared to its predecessor. It got sissy. It gave a sissy film.
It's the best way to read an article ever. Best way to read an article I've ever seen.
Got tears coming out. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Incorporating more humor and adventure, although not as critically acclaimed as the first film. That's because it was a girly butt film. Conan the Destroyer showcased Schwarzenegger's versatility as an actor, effortlessly blending intense action sequences with moments of levity. The film solidified Conan's status as an iconic character. And Schwarzenegger's ability to captivate audiences. Yeah, that's because they knew I could break their neck with my arm, with my pec. Yeah,
critic give a bad score. I can't do it. Shit, I'm laughing too much.
For years, talk of a third Conan film swirled in Hollywood, with Schwarzenegger expressing interest in returning to the role as King Conan in Legend of Conan. However, as Arnold notes above, despite various scripts and potential projects, a third movie failed to materialize because they're all sissy girly men who don't want to make the movie. Jason Momoa also starred as a titular character in a reboot released in 2011 that failed to deliver and couldn't match the strength of Arnold's films because it wasn't Arnold. That's why it wasn't me. Wasn't able to flex the muscles. Come on, you all know it. Everybody in the chat knows it. Whether you're watching on APR's channel or Baron Orman Tagge Fandomology or PACIFIC414, you all know it. They were sissies. They were all girly, man. That's why we haven't seen a third movie.
Come on, the Mr. Universe, Jason Momoa. You never win, Mr. Universe.
I got muscles on top of muscles.
Shitty ass Khal Drogo that died to a knife infection. Yeah, you're not Conan, bro.
Look at how I would look as King Conan. Come on. Who wouldn't want to see that?
Me. I want to see that.
He's Wussy Man, Aquaman. He's got to be in the water.
Look at him. He's swimming around with the fish. I take the fish, I cook it up, I eat it. I get the protein.
Gives me more muscle, more power for my muscle building.
What's your favorite fish, Arnold?
All of them. In my mouth when I'm coming.
My favorite fish is tuna.
Muscles. I eat muscles.
It's tilapia. It's not a tuna.
Rocco gets it. Channeling Arnold. You can all tell your inner Arnold. Come on.
Arnold's here to pump you up.
I would not be surprised if somebody clipped that whole thing.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, that's gold, baby.
Coming in the next few years. Use the Force. Use it. Come on.
I'm a Jedi. I'm in the Star Wars now.
No.
I'm Arnold in the Star Wars.
This robe is too big.
No. Arnold as Darth Vader.
Is Spaceball.
I am your father.
Search for more money.
Arnold in Star Wars, he would have a lightsaber. He would throw it. He's like, I don't need this fucking lightsaber. I kill you with my bare hands.
This is what it is.
Lightsaber.
I squeeze your head.
And I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
I'd add something to that, but it'll probably get the channel banned.
Are you trying to pull over my helmet?
Oh my god.
Guess what? The face mask was down, and I was coming at the gym and coming in the helmet with the face mask down while eating my muscles. Yes, good muscles.
I mean, imagine if Arnold was Luke Skywalker. Jabba, I'm here for Han Solo. Give it to me. Give it to me now.
I wanted to go on the Tashi station.
You get power and furthers.
Yeah, I need the power.
Most of the power.
I need to get the steroids.
Uncle Owen.
Old Ben, the hermit. He lives out in the desert.
Or
if he's Anakin. I hate sand. It's coarse and gets everywhere.
I hate it. Come on. Especially when I'm coming.
Obi is Obi-Wan.
Fuck this stand. I go to the dark side.
Arnold. I want Arnold as Leia.
Oh,
get to the Falcon now.
Only Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
No.
I'd rather kiss a Wookiee.
Arnold as Admiral Akbar. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Get your ass to Mars. I mean Alderaan.
Just imagining.
That was Total Recall. Wrong movie.
That was good.
What is that?
That was the wrong movie.
You're short to be a stormtrooper. You're too much of a girly man. Come on, we gotta pump it up. Hit the gym.
Yeah, you're too short to be a stormtrooper.
Look what Loswick
Your
is in
muscle.
fact said in the chat. He says, "Get those Falcon Brothers to the chopper."
Instead of an X-wing,
now.
he just flies
Do it now.
Apache through the trenches.
I used
Go to the Falcon, Mr. Falcon.
I used to bullseye walk that ass with my chopper. I can do a horrible.
I think
Okay,
Arnold would have to be
I take
Jabba.
the wampus and I crush him with my bare hands.
No, the Emperor. Do that.
Why do I want to drink blue milk? Come on.
Blue milk can make your muscles strong. It's from a
How
blue
much
cow.
protein is in this drink?
From a blue cow.
Drink it, you girly man. Girly man, drink the green and the blue milk.
Loaded with calcium. It makes your muscles big.
Creepy, I'm trying oily.
Oh my god. Arnold as Palpatine. Arnold as the Emperor. Oh man.
Oh, I was just gonna bring up that clip, Apion.
Come on, strike him down. Come on, do it. What are you waiting for?
I was just gonna bring up the clip from Revenge of the Sith. Let me grab it real quick. And just imagine Arnold saying the line. Let me find it. Here it goes.
No.
Time has come. Execute Order 66.
Oh, Mike, do it. Do it for us. You can do it.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's right. Execute Order 66. Heck, if he was Emperor Palpatine, he wouldn't have needed an apprentice.
All these girly man Jedi. Kill them all. It don't work out enough.
Wipe them out, all of them.
Do it.
Come on, I am the Senate. Come on.
Do it now.
They don't vote against me because they're afraid of my muscles. I'll beat them up if they say no.
No, the girly man.
Listen to me, Anakin.
Girly man.
Only I can say Padme. You have to use my powers.
The last Sith arrow. Instead of the last action
That would
hero.
explain why she. That would explain why she died in the last movie. Split her in half.
I told Padme she needed to stop pumping some iron.
Yeah.
She would have lived.
We could go into some really weird areas now with that.
Well,
because everything we've been doing is totally normal for the last
That's why
10
I'm stopping.
minutes.
Yeah. Saw them on the video feed killing younglings. You could just do every line. Every line in the movie.
That'd be great.
Do not. There is no try.
Do it.
Have you guys seen that where
Arnold
they-
as Yoda?
Well,
Right.
Now we're
Have you seen the one where someone did up scenes out of Star Wars and they clipped in Arnold's voice from the various movies?
I have.
Oh,
But I want to now.
So good. I gotta see that. Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm literally crying over here a little bit. Got some tears going. That was funny as fuck.
This is
That was
bad.
That was a perfect story read as Arnold. That was
It was
legit.
amazing.
Here we go.
And you had like little ad libs in there.
Hey, look.
Funny.
If Disney rebooted it with Arnold, I'd buy a fucking ticket and go see it.
Arnold has every character. Arnold has every character. Like we get like like Eddie Murphy does when he's like 20 people. We get like Arnold being like 20 different characters.
Yes.
Arnold as R2D2. People pop.
And see Arnold.
Oh my god.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Human cyborg relations. I'm so fun with 1,000 forms of dialect. Are you
We
sure?
need Arnold to do the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah.
We're made to suffer.
Oh, fucking so funny.
It's a lot in life. Pick
we
up
get-
the way to girly man and drink the blue milk.
Can we have Arnold sing a cappella like Duel of the Fates?
We just got I just got an email from Arnold's lawyer.
And here's the thing I want you guys to look up.
Oh fuck!
I want you guys to look up Arnold singing The Sound of Music. I saw a video where somebody deepfaked Arnold
I've been seeing
onto Julie Andrews, and it's hilarious.
I thought,
There has been a flurry of Arnold in other movies going
I've been
around.
seeing
Lots
that on
of
YouTube,
shorts.
yeah.
The Afterlife sequel.
Oh yeah.
There was one in 2016.
2016
Step
Ghostbusters.
Brothers, don't touch my drum set.
Arnold is 75 years old.
Yeah.
He's perfect
Yeah.
for the role. Perfect for that
I love
role.
Ghost.
Yep. 75.
I absolutely love
It's
Ghost.
time for King Conan, man.
I know. I'm ready for
75.
it,
Yeah.
dude. Hell yeah.
I
Yeah.
did just see a video of Arnold. There's a comedian that's touring, and he actually got a chance to work out with Arnold for a brief period of time. I don't care how old Arnold is. That guy looks great. I never, as
Dude,
we were
Lou
all growing
Ferrigno
up,
does too.
I mean, even they don't have to be bodybuilders, but we all remember when we were kids what our grandparents looked like at 60. You know, there's no comparison to what's happening these days. You know, I mean, now there's so many stars in their 50s and 60s, almost kind of in the prime of their life. It's a little strange.
Look at
Stallone, man.
Have you ever seen? I
Yeah.
forget where it was, where Arnold had bodyguards. Like, talk about the most useless looking people. You're like, are you gonna do better in protecting Arnold than Arnold?
No, he's there to protect them.
Well, they're
Arnold
Yeah, they're
pushes
his-
his
they're
bodyguards
his antlers.
at the action. You go get him, and that
They're just
does enough.
projectiles. And just
Yeah,
someone comes at
yes,
them.
yes.
It's like the bodyguard for Jackie Chan. Like, do I need you? Really? Like, why am I paying you again? I could do all this.
All those bodyguards do it. Look out, sir! Oh, you got him.
Oh yeah. Like there was a LL Cool J had somebody break into his house and he like beat them up and like waited for the cops to come and everything. Like literally like knocked the assailant out and shit. Like he didn't need any bodyguards. He just handled it on his own. That's what all those muscles are for.
Well, Mama did say knock you out.
Yeah, Mama said knock you out.
Right.
I bet he said that to the guy
Oh my
after he stand over him in his kitchen. Like, hey, Mama said knock you out.
Ghostbusters 4.
All right, so moving on to our next story here. It's from Comic Book News. It says original Ghostbusters star reveals they aren't returning for Afterlife sequel.
I already
This
read
was
Sigourney Weaver. Oh shit. Okay.
you may have already read it,
Yes.
Brandon, but it's policy on this program that I read all the headlines before reading the article.
Yep. Ghostbusters 1 and 2 is from the. Is it what? Ghostbusters 3 is the 2016 movie.
Oof.
It depends on who you ask, Brandon. Some people don't think that the 2016 movie is Ghostbusters 3.
I wish I had that Men in
Since
Black.
they unwrote it in, yeah.
There's,
Yeah, they unwrote it. Like, they even said we haven't had a ghost in
there's
30
7
years.
of us right now.
Yeah.
So
There's
this
7
article is by Adam Barnhart. It was posted on the 21st.
Who's on Ghostbusters 4.
And it says the latest entry in the Ghostbusters franchise will be here before you know it. Although it appears it will arrive without a major piece of the puzzle.
Those two are.
In a new interview, Ghostbusters star Sigourney Weaver has revealed she wasn't asked to appear in Ghostbusters 4, even after appearing in the franchise's first 3 entries. Notice how they are dismissing the 2016 movie, which is why I said it depends on who you ask, whether the 2016 movie is the 3rd movie or not. No, I mean, I wasn't asked to be in this Ghostbusters, Weaver said in a new chat with Collider. And I think you know a little of us goes a long way. Who's all in Ghostbusters 4? The article asks. Though Weaver doesn't look to be appearing, most of the cast of Ghostbusters Afterlife will be back for the yet to be named Ghostbusters 4, including McKenna Grace, Finn Wolfhard, Logan Kim, Celeste O'Connor, Carrie O'Coon, Paul Rudd, Ernie Hudson, and William Alder. New additions include Kamali Najina. I probably butchered that, and I apologize. Pat
Do a
Oswalt,
perfect Arnold impression, but can't pronounce other names.
Yeah.
Right.
If he was doing it in the Arnold voice, he could probably nail it perfectly.
That's true.
Probably. James McCaster and Emily Alyn Lind. Jason Reitman is moving from the director's chair to the producer's suite, making way for Gil Keenan to helm the film from a script the duo wrote together. It goes on to say, a few years ago, my father handed me the keys to Ecto 1, and together we made Ghostbusters Afterlife. Words will never express how grateful I am to have made a film with my father by my side. Reitman previously said when announcing Keenan as director, it is now time to hand those keys to my creative partner and fellow Ghostbuster, Gil Keenan, a brilliant director who will keep the Spangler spirit alive. I can only hope to provide him the same productorial care and support that my father showed me. Along with the live-action sequel, Sony is developing the previously announced animated Ghostbusters feature from Sony Pictures Animation, the studio behind the Oscar-winning Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse and the upcoming Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And Reitman and Keenan's Ghostbusters animated series that will air on Netflix as part of an expanding Ghostbusters universe. Ghostbusters 4 is set to release on December 20th, while Ghostbusters Afterlife can be seen on the Stars app, or if you actually buy it and you can watch it that way, or if you know someone who's willing to do a watch party, you can watch it that way.
Right. I think it's a big mistake to continue on. I think they should have stopped with the last movie and been done.
Yep. I mean, I could see where you're coming from with that, Adam.
Yeah.
Especially near the end.
Yeah.
And yes, spoilers. So let me get the spoiler card up here for anyone who hasn't seen Afterlife. But at the end, you see the Ecto 1 going across the Brooklyn Bridge back in New York. So that should have been the perfect way to wrap up Ghostbusters.
Yep. And then if you're going to launch the animated stuff, I'd be okay with that. But it'd be something different. You know what I mean? Like, to me, this was tribute to the fans. Hey, we fucked up. We're sorry. They made the movie. You had the kids in it, which didn't bother me. I enjoyed the ending of the movie. I was done, man. Like, I personally will not support it, even if it is good. I think it should be over, man. We don't need to keep drudging it up because they'll just mess it up somehow. You know, I don't have faith in Hollywood in 2023 at all.
And you know, to your point, Adam, too many studios keep going on with movie franchises and running them into the ground. It's like, come on, man. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at the box office as long as those totals are up by now. And because there is a movie that's being run into the ground. I mean, we got the 10th Fast and the Furious movie and shit.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to go see that tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to it. I've seen all the other 9, though. So I might as well just keep going into this terribleness. Oh.
I think the last one I watched was what was the last
Box
one?
Office Mojo.
They went in space last time.
Oh, jeez.
They took a Pontiac into space.
So they drove Elon with his Tesla in space. You know?
Yeah. So just to let you know, this weekend it was all about family. Because the family made $67.5 million over the weekend. Because it's about family.
Meanwhile, you have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 that made $32 million. The Super Mario Brothers movie that made $9.8 million.
Let's go.
And then Book Club, the next chapter, made $3 million, and Evil Dead Rise made $2.4 million. I'm sorry. We're getting into the summer months here, and I realize that not a lot of schools have let out yet. I know some colleges have already let out with graduations and everything like that. But 67.5 million, that's not a whole hell of a lot.
No.
I don't understand how it made that. They're not. Oh my god, they're not about racing
Fast,
anymore.
Fast 9 made
ridiculous
some good money though.
Yeah.
But the last one I watched was the last one Paul Walker was in. And I only watched that one because my girlfriend at the time wanted to. It's like,
So
okay.
my friend saw Fast 10, and apparently like Vin Diesel wants to turn Fast 10 into a 3-part trilogy. So it was going to be the last movie, but now it's going to have 2 more movies. And
Well, yeah, it's gotta be called Fast and the Furious XXX. Triple X.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He's going to become Triple X,
Yeah.
and then he's going to have an experiment where he becomes Groot after that. Like they turn him into a tree, and then it all connects.
All right, if that happens, I'll watch it. Are you kidding me?
The Diesel
We are Groot. When he says "we are Groot," he's really saying family, but they translate.
Fast and the Furious, the retirement years, they're going 25 and it's 65 mile per hour. So
I can see the last one. They're all in those little scooters that you have to ride. You know, like the little scooters.
You
gotta
get
for your
into it.
pink slip.
We gotta get the prude juice.
Fast X. I think that means Fast 10.
Winner gets Jello at the retirement home.
Clap me big, clap me big, bro. Oh no.
And then they have like a digitally animated Paul Walker, like older, and like they drive separate ways on their scooters, and they redo Seven's ending.
They just go back like it's just a different aisle in the grocery store. They need at least one character to say,
discount. You need to give me my discount, young man.
Yeah, where's the family discount?
The Fast and the Furious
Family
Club.
At least one character, all they say is, what?
Hold on. I gotta turn up my hearing aid.
And when they're not driving, they're sitting in front of slot machines in the casino.
I can see Michelle Rodriguez's character doing that. Hold on, I'm on a winning streak.
Yeah. And
bingo.
that's the Wikipedia.
We're playing rummy.
Bingo.
I 24. I used to be 24. That was a long time ago.
I died like 7 times in this franchise, and they keep bringing me back.
I think I was 24 when this franchise started.
I wasn't even born when the franchise started.
Wow.
It used to be about racing, amazingly enough.
Star Wars started in 1977.
It was always about family.
Yeah. What was I thinking?
It started back in 1977.
But we're talking about Fast and Furious.
Yeah, Fast and Furious wasn't.
Oh, I was
Yeah, like
I was
early
only a 1-year-old.
2000s, I believe.
I was
I was
saying,
only-
it was that old.
I was
Like
only a 1-year-old.
No, early 2000s, yeah.
I was only a 1-year-old. So.
And Baron has this page from Wikipedia up here because he wanted to talk about it. And I told him, yeah, we can talk about it. So,
Is this?
Yeah,
is
take it
this
away,
gonna
Baron.
Include? Hold on, Baron. Is this going to include potential spoilers for the new game?
I'm not going to spoil anything. I've beaten Jedi Survivor already, so I got to make sure I don't spoil anything here.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure because I haven't played it yet. I didn't know if I needed to walk away.
No,
real
I'm not
quick.
gonna, nothing about the new one. I'm not even going to talk about the Jedi, Jedi Jawa that Cal Kestis eventually befriends at the right, Mike. I'm lying. But,
all right.
No.
Yeah, I was like, I played the whole game. When did that happen? I was like over here, like, wait, what?
Baron's got a super secret exclusive copy that actually works on day one, and
it's the same Jawa that girl has a relationship with in the Mandalorian, so they had to tie it.
Well, you sure, guys? There is hope for you after all.
Sure, people got no reason. Now, the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because we're talking about with all the Disney crap before, and I came across looking at the page, and not to look for cheats or anything, just information about stuff. I'm just a nerd that way. And they talk about, of course, the behind the scenes of the character. Now, It's this part right about here that really got me going a little bit. I don't want so. Oh, what am I doing? Get back over there. I don't know what I'm doing now. Let me see if I
In a
can.
galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, I tell you. Okay, so it's this part right here that I'm highlighting that they have, especially with all the garbage they got going on with. Stop. I hate Wikipedia. Okay, now I gotta do this again. Okay, so they said that the character, when they're developing this character, they had two brilliant ideas that they didn't follow through with. And that one's either going to be an alien or a female protagonist. But the Kestis was ultimately used because they didn't want to alienate the player, nor have a female protagonist competing with Rey, the sequel trilogy protagonist. What do you guys think about that? Now, I'm going to try to say this. If it was alien or female, I would play the hell out of the game. I would have an alien.
Mm-hmm. Is this they decided it, or kind of voices from on high said no?
That last part there with competing with Rey, I'm sure that came from up high. We can't have this going in there because we have Super Rey, the Wonder Woman.
I thought the Force was female. Why was what? What's going on here?
Well,
I thought the Force was female.
Well, except for one thing, we all know how much BS that is. Because if you're not a female that I'm following, you know that agree with me, I'm going to get rid of you. And now you have the ultimate protagonist, the greatest of all time, Super Rey. And I'm sure KK felt threatened that, if we had another female protagonist that wields a lightsaber, that'll hurt my baby.
That's
yeah,
so
and
pathetic of them. Like, really?
I'll be completely honest. I haven't played the second game, obviously, but I played the first game. I guarantee you, if they made a female protagonist here, they would be more well loved than Rey.
Yeah.
This game was just altogether written much better.
Right. I mean, I think and when it comes around the alien, what if it was an alien, or even an alien female? What if you were playing a Duros or something?
Star Wars: The Old Republic. You can choose all these different alien races, male or female, and then you can be whatever you want. Like, they're not afraid of like, we're gonna mess up our other established characters. Like, really? That's such a pathetic thing to like think by them. Like,
It's a cop out. It's a cop out.
That's so lame. We don't want to compete with Rey. Like, really? You're stupid. There's thousands of there could be 1,000 Jedis. Like, why does she have to be the only one? You realize, like, this goes back thousands of years. You have so much to pull from.
Well, you have all sorts of strong female Jedis going back.
Yeah, there's been thousands. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nomi Sunstar. Let's go right back to the Tales of the Jedi. Right back to those days. But doesn't this be one of those things where it's like, we're going to shove everything down your throat, but we won't follow ourselves because it's going to threaten us? Well, if it was, again, an alien, I would play the hell out of the game. If it was a female, I'd play out the hell of the game because, again, it's something different, especially if it was an alien. I mean, let's play it through a different perspective. You have a universe that's supposedly hostile to aliens, and you're playing an alien, and a Jedi. Oh my, can you imagine what we could have done with that?
Yeah, like Star Wars Jedi Academy. I think you got to pick your gender and your alien race as well. I think you could be like leaks and shit in that game. So like they've had multiple games in the past where they gave you free range to be whatever you want. Now they're acting like players won't accept anything other than a white guy. Like, really?
Right.
Because even in Jedi Survivor, you can make his hair and you can kind of make him look like Anakin. Like, I don't know. They're like, that's the safest thing. People won't accept an alien as a protagonist. Like, that's bullshit. I love all the aliens in Star Wars. I'd rather be something different than a human every fucking time, you know?
Right. And you just said right there. Star Wars. Space. We love Wookiees. We love Mon Calamari. We love all these guys.
Let me be a Rodian Jedi. I'll be a Rodian. Let's go. Greedo's race. Let's go.
Well, even if you don't take Star Wars into account, how many non-humanoid characters have been in hit series? Ratchet and Clank and all these kind of games like that. These are not humans by any means.
Yeah.
I guess we didn't, Sonic was never accepted. I don't know. I mean, we've been doing this. It's the same thing. Oh, we haven't been doing this we won't accept it. Man, what world are you in? Yeah, we've never had the female heroes. We've never had these avatars. We never had this stuff. We've had so many female heroes in the video games that I've known whether I play them or not. It almost got to the point in the 90s I got tired of it. It's like, can I get a guy?
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt Padawannabe, but sometimes these people just don't have
yes
a sense. They don't know the compass of what the people want because these people are morons.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yeah, sensei.
No sensei.
Fucking love Cobra Kai. I love Cobra Kai so much. I gave like a standing ovation at that scene when I was watching Cobra Kai, and I was by myself.
Do you have Tropic Thunder? What do you mean, you people?
Yeah, Tropic Thunder.
That was great.
Thunder clip.
Oh,
yeah.
That word.
Well, so now that Cash is here, we can literally play this because Lois was just
you gotta pop it.
You know what really grinds my gears?
I want 1,000 chicken vaginas.
Unfortunately, Family Guy the last 3 years and Seth MacFarlane recently just walked away because of the writer's strike list. And too bad, if that show dies finally. What's funny is you've got Simpsons and then you have Family Guy. Simpsons is actually still trying, surprisingly. Family Guy is just before was like, hey, I'm here for a paycheck. Yeah. Here's some stupid jokes. Ha 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 ha.
Kind of only made it.
Lighten up, Francis.
Wasn't that a thing where they basically said, McFarlane said that he didn't want to keep doing it anymore, and they said, well, okay, but we're gonna continue without you. And then he's like, well, I don't want you to continue without me. So it seems like he's just phoning it in.
Yeah, like he wanted the Orville. The Orville was the thing he wanted the most.
It's the same thing, like, and then the other situation is like Cobra Kai. The way they finished the last season, that could have ended the show. So what are they going to do in season 6?
World Martial Arts Tournament. It's getting into Dragon Ball Z territory now.
All right.
Woo! We're going to have everybody, all these different schools from around the world. I'm excited for the last season because it's very World Martial Arts Tournament. Yeah.
We'll see what happens. They've got to go out with a bang, though. You got that 6th season, and then they got to wait for the writers, the stupid writers' strike nonsense that's happened. What is it now? The 3rd, 4th time? Stupid. More greed and money, and they're going to be.
I've had so much
by
peace
AI.
and quiet. It's been great.
Yeah, I know, right? It has been.
It's not affecting me, that's for sure.
No, me either. It's just not. And I'm sure other people say, "How can you say that? It's so horrible." It's like these people do a lot of these cause a lot of these problems to themselves. We don't do that. Let them figure it out. The writing of the last few years, especially a lot of these shows with throwing in pronouns or a character has to be what is it? Bring on more Cobra Kai. No, Rocco. They have to end this well. I'm fine with more Cobra Kai.
Are we gonna get what's her face Hillary Swank in this season? It's like she's like the last person they haven't brought back. She's the only person they haven't brought back.
That is true.
They literally brought back every other fucking character and minor character.
Yes,
like he was in that movie for 5 minutes. Bring him back for a season.
She couldn't do the moves in that movie. Yeah. She can't do them now.
Well, they're going to bring back a CGI. Speed of the play in there. Yeah.
Shit. Have you seen any good lesbians lately? Oh, Anonymous, that's funny.
No, they'll just get Jackie Chan.
Oh, man. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't been looking for him, Anonymous.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Jackie Chan and Jaden, Will Smith's son.
No.
They never brought him in yet to ruin everything.
True. Yeah, to ruin it.
Are you sure his son? I thought it was
I've never watched that remake of Karate Kid. I mean,
it was bad.
Worst movie with Jackie Chan I've ever seen. Fuck that movie.
It was so weird. What's his name? What's Will
I'm
Smith?
sure Pat
Jaden-
Moreno
I
got
think
paid though.
He was so whiny the whole time. Like I think I'm rooting for the other guy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Me too. I'm
and
like, I
then-
want you to lose, asshole.
Did you guys think it was
Other
worse
kid
than the
deserves it
next
more.
Karate Kid with Hilary Swank?
I have never seen that one actually.
Oh,
that's
really?
The only, that's
Okay.
the only Karate Kid one I never watched. I've seen the shitty one with Jaden, but I missed that one. I was gonna watch it one day, and I'm just like, nah, I got better things to do. Fucking watch Hilary Swank pretend to do karate.
I mean, it's
I've tried to watch the next Karate Kid, and every time I get to the same part where she's up on the roof with the birds in the bird cage, and I turn it off. Every time.
What, you don't like birds?
I like the new one better than that one. I'll say that. The next I like the new Karate Kid better than that next Karate Kid.
The one with
I don't know.
Jackie Chan and Jaden Smith.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just didn't hate that movie. I just watched it and I was like, okay, this isn't. I'm glad they make this and you can completely separate it from the other movie.
Yeah.
That's what I like, and I'm okay with. It's like, oh, they just have the same name, and it's all kind of the same story. Not really.
Was Jackie Chan
but-
Mr. Miyagi? I can't remember.
Yeah, he's Mr. Miyagi.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Which I liked only because they had a lot more interaction, than Mr. Miyagi. I liked the, when it gets real personal between Daniel and Miyagi. I really enjoyed that interaction. So I enjoyed what happened in this one because, to me, it was a more traumatic thing he went through in this one. So it could relate to something. But, it's the same thing. But I didn't.
But it didn't need a
it's not
remake,
horrible.
man.
No,
It
exactly.
didn't.
I mean, nothing does. But this, I can
Yeah.
say that's why I enjoyed it, that you can separate it out and go, oh, those aren't even the same movies. Like I can't even
Well-
compare them other than the name.
At least that's something.
And the characters,
Yeah. Is there any remake that anybody likes more than the original? Now you got me thinking.
There was True Grit was really fucking good.
Oh yeah, the Jeff Bridges movie. I like that a lot.
So
That was
fucking
well done.
good.
And the thing about True Grit is I like the original with John Wayne and the one with
great.
Jeff Bridges.
Just great. And then the girl in the remake is smarter and stuff. It was still a fucking. Both
you
are
guys
really
feel-
good.
How'd you guys feel about the Magnificent Seven remake with Chris Pratt and?
I like it.
I like that
I
movie
enjoy
too.
it.
It was the director of Training Day too. I was like, what? He's doing a full-on western. Let's go.
Dude, since you brought that up, if you have not seen Training Day, do yourself
that
a
movie-
favor
that
and
movie
watch
is
that
awesome.
fucking movie.
So
Please,
good.
just for Denzel alone.
Oh my god. Like I've never seen him chew scenery better. Like he's so extra, but it's so perfect. King
Denzel's
Kong
one of the
ain't got
actors.
shit on me. Oh,
such
Like,
you
he's
motherfuckers will
that-
be playing basketball in Pelican Bay, and he's like spitting all over the place and shit.
Another remake.
Yes.
And real quick, I just want to say hello to Leia Rose.
Hi, Leia Rose.
Hello, Leia.
Oh, Leia Rose with Ray's picture. Nice. The most hated character in Star Wars. You got Gusto having that as your picture.
Well, she is the president and sole
Let's
member
celebrate you right now.
the Children Kraken fan club.
Most hated character. Okay, then I ask you,
Well, more than Jar Jar Binks, I don't know about that.
Ray, or Pelly?
Mike?
Oh gosh, Pelly.
I like Pelly, but I know a lot of fans
Isn't
really
that the
don't like her.
Brazilian soccer
That's the
player?
one. No, she's
she's the one that.
Nice.
She's from the Mandalorian. She's the one that dated the Jawa and said they're furry. I'll just leave it
Strangers
at
of the
that.
Oh
Candy.
no, you're talking about the
Strangers of Candy. That's where the actress came from.
Strangers with Star Wars. Strangers with
the
Star Wars.
crackhead lady. Okay.
She has such a weird role in Star Wars. Like,
She's like a crackhead that found her way into Star Wars. I don't know what's going on.
I never thought we would ever see in Star Wars that a human would date a Jawa. It happens.
There's 7 of us right now.
What about when
I'm sorry,
human-
Brandon.
There's 7 of us right now.
Yes.
There's 7 people. There's 7 people here.
Yes.
How long will this thing last anyway?
However long we
As
decided.
long as
Right.
Pacific
Your name
wants
is
it
So
to
Mike.
be.
someone yells at Mike.
Your name, the top name is Mike.
There is no time limit here on Pop Talk.
People come and go they want on these shows like
Until
this. So.
someone yells at Mike or
The
they
only
shut
the
off.
only time there's a time limit is, say for example, this past Wednesday when I knew I couldn't go too long past 8 because I had a long drive the next morning. So
Right.
I had to remind him.
Cash has a time limit whenever Mussolini cuts off his carbon monthly carbon.
Mussolini. Love it. I need to get a shirt that
it's
says
just like
Mussolini.
it's just like when I'm doing a game stream. Even if I'm frustrated with the game, if I'm still making progress, I'll still play until I look at the time and go, "Oh crap, I need to go to bed."
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Rocco, so they didn't name him Mr. Miyagi, so they are different characters then. Okay. I didn't even remember that shit. I only watched that fucking movie once.
Yeah, because it was a whole thing because it was in
Yeah, he
China,
wasn't
so it was
Daniel,
like
yeah.
kung
What happened to that
fu.
Wesleyan Jones person?
What was that?
What happened to that Wesleyan Jones person?
He had to leave.
Where did he? Yeah, you're one of my favorite users.
Well, thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome. Wesleyan Jones also one of my favorite
Oh,
users
excuse
of all time.
Nice.
Yep.
And we're gonna go ahead and move on to this next story here.
Story.
It's one provided to me from Cash.
PS5 exclusive will increase
It's from.
PC versions remain stats. This Jim.
Oh, hold on, Brandon. Hold on.
Yeah, I wanted to read some of that.
This is from WCCF Tech, and it says PS5 exclusives will increase while PC versions remain staggered. Says Jim Ryan.
I already read that.
Well, it's customary here on Pop Talk where either I read the headline, Baron reads the headline, or Cash reads the headline.
To focus on new studios, titles, and third-party games. I read the red text.
It sucks that PC users are getting screwed like more and more. Like, damn, man.
I read the red
Why?
text.
Like if you own a PC, you shouldn't be like second fiddle to consoles like this. I don't like that.
Well, no, it's just
FBI that means 16.
Like, damn, man, you buy like a high class or you build your own PC and then like you don't even get the games like when other consoles get them. Like you have to wait. That sucks.
Well, it's just
Sony's trying to hold on to their little bit of console control. And
right,
exclusivity.
and they were the ones who were upset about, of course, the whole deal because of Call of Duty. Like Sony can't just be a pain in the ass.
No, yeah, they're the ones that didn't want to do the crossover when Xbox and everybody was like, "Hey, let's like join all our gamers together," and they're like, "No, we want our own users. Call of Duty."
Hey. As a console user,
Me
all
too.
You,
I'm a
all you
console
console haters.
I love my
I
Xbox.
want a game you can't play, and at the same time, I want them to make games that we can all play.
What I want
Fair
Sony
enough.
to do-
Fair enough.
I
Logical
want
argument.
them to pull their head out of their ass and stop this pandering.
Okay,
crap.
well, let's talk about a realistic expectation. Now that's on the table. Head out of
Why
the
don't we
ass,
take
but
Sony and just put shit somewhere else?
Dude, that would
Well,
change the
it's-
world of gaming if Sony actually
They-
let Xbox like do the crossover and everything. They're just too
right,
petty.
and so
Yeah, 'cause
in this, yep. Go ahead, man.
Because Xbox has pretty much said, yeah, we're not winning this fight. Let's just be helpful.
They're like, let's just open the doors, and Sony's like, no, these doors stay closed.
This
There
is
are
exclusive content for
Yeah,
us.
you don't get God of War.
And Microsoft, of course, is the one who started the $70 game nonsense. So I have to agree with Sony fans. Like, oh well, Microsoft started. They did. They're the ones who started this crap. And so, of course, Sony follows, and then Nintendo's like, you know what? We're going to start following that too. It's like, you guys are just killing me.
So the last generation too, I remember the $10 increase went from like 50 to 60 or something like this. So
Yeah.
PlayStation didn't start that. That was Xbox. They did that first in the older.
Yeah,
generation.
they started the whole $70.
Oh,
Well,
dirty.
games have even going back to Game Boy, they've pretty much always been usually $60.
Yeah, and then
They usually, and
Yeah,
you get just a complete game. You got a complete game for $60.
No, not anymore. You get something, and then eventually we'll finish the rest through DLCs and updates.
We'll let the customer base finish the rest. So,
But I do remember they would increase the prices. I mean, what were PlayStation games? $30 mostly, and then Sega Dreamcast for a little bit more.
They've always been about around $50-$60. It's only been recently since there's been a jump, but for what you got for paying $60, say even going back to something like GoldenEye. Look at all the content you got in that. I mean,
that game. Oh yeah, from the story, then you can play the story co-op, and you can play 4-player multiplayer. That game has like endless amount of replayability. Oh, I love GoldenEye.
It's the
Like
same
Slappers?
thing with the old Battlefront. Yeah.
Well, let's find out why Sony Interactive Entertainment president Jim Ryan says that the PS5 is going to be getting the exclusive long before PC.
I got the audio clip here. Fuck you, whale! Fuck you, dolphin! Okay. Back to you.
After every sentence, after every quote, can you just go, nah? You can't have it.
I could try to do something, Whoopa. It says Sony Interactive Entertainment president and CEO Jim Ryan was featured in an interview published today by Japanese website Famitsu. Yeah, that's right. I'm in my own interview. Yeah.
Neener. Fuck you, where? Fuck you, Hans Briggs.
The interview viewer went through various topics, including the improved supply chain of PS5 consoles. Really? I mean, I've been into a couple of stores recently. I didn't see any PS5s. Not that I'm looking for one, but I didn't see it either. Ryan highlighted that the PlayStation 5 had registered the best start ever for a Sony console, despite those supply chain issues encountered in the first couple of years since the hardware's debut. Right.
Yeah,
you have to
Sony plans to maintain favorable momentum thanks to upcoming PS5 exclusives like Koei Tecmo's Rise of the Ronin, due next year, Square Enix Final Fantasy 16 due on June 22nd, and Insomniac's Marvel Spider-Man 2 likely due in September. We'll know more next week at the PlayStation Showcase. On the latter game, Ryan said it would fully utilize the PS5's features to provide a wonderful experience according to feedback from gamers, perhaps during testing. Wait a minute. You guys don't have testing phases. None of you do. You release a game and then you make us the guinea pigs. Hey, this game has stuttering issues, input lag issues, sound issues.
That's why we have Tommy the Guinea Pig collection.
Later in the interview, the executive mentioned Sony's plan to increase PS5 exclusives while keeping PC ports staggered. He added that PC fans didn't mind waiting 2 or 3 years to play those games on their platform. Boy, aren't they fooling themselves?
Yeah, they are. And the weird thing is about this, dude, is I'm still waiting to see where is this greatness. See, PS4 had got to the point where you're like, wow, there's a lot of really good games, at least over 20 games, but it's PS5 has been out what now, 2 years, 3 years, and there's like 5. Oh wow, there's Ragnarok. Well, that should come to PC at some point. There's some there's The Last of Us remastered. There, Rift Apart. Well, Rift Apart was supposed to come to PC already, or at least this year. And I don't get Sony sometimes, just like Microsoft. I don't understand some of their marketing, and then you'll see when you look at any of the comments down there of this article that they will say, oh, well, PC people are begging again, and it's like, no, man, it's like you guys, Sony would get more money. You have another PC port that comes out from Sony that people are looking forward to. Spider-Man did well, and Horizon Zero Dawn did well. So why don't you bring out the second one so people can fix the female's face with a mod?
Wow.
Yeah,
I think
know.
it's.
Just a bit.
I wish that people like this would just.
What happened?
They'd stopped pretending. Like, don't say, "Oh yeah, PC version." They don't mind waiting 2 or 3 years. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Just say,
and that's
"Yeah, we wanna
arrogance.
do it."
It's arrogance because
it's very
as
arrogant.
a PC user, I don't want to have to wait 3 years before I can play that PS5 exclusive game because you know what? I don't want to buy a PS5 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'd rather play a game on my PC.
I'm waiting to see if PS5 really wants to make somebody like me who has a PS4, a Switch, and a PC, and you want to actually give me something, then why don't you guys go and give us more than 4 games? I mean, if you're a Souls fan, you got Demon Souls remake, right? Yeah, Demon Souls remake. That should come to the PC, but it doesn't.
Quick question about the transfer with that stuff. Since you guys have had to wait a couple years for a game to come out on the PC, when it releases on PC, does it still have all the junk problems as when it was released on a console, or is all that stuff solved?
It depends.
I'm only curious because that would answer my next question or not. Do you think it's taking them that long to work the bugs out? Like, oh, let's finish it up before we release it on PC?
Like the Last of Us remastered. Is that what it is? Yeah. The Last of Us remastered, Naughty Dog thought it was a good idea to give it to a third-party studio, and then that's where the problem started. So if you bought the game, and I think it was, $70? I think that remaster was $70 at launch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Ugh, ridiculous.
The remaster,
yeah.
the remake of the original.
Yeah, the remake of the remaster.
I'm confused now.
Yeah. That was given to a third-party developer that Naughty Dog picked, and that's where the problem started, Padawannabe for people. That's why, unfortunately, with certain games, including stuff like Gotham Knights, it's just better to hold off. Something like
that
Jedi.
Was
yeah,
definitely an example. Like because it's so there's like across the board, players are saying that a game is glitchy or there's loading problem, whatever it is.
Right.
That's why I was curious if maybe they're waiting that long before they can actually get it finished all the way. Like, is Gotham Knights on PC yet, or is that just a console right now?
Yes, it is. It is on PC. Okay. It was released last October, and then around Christmas time, New Year's, Christmas, Steam had it on sale for $30, and that's when I decided I would go ahead and take the deep dive with it. Cash did so as well. We played it, and you talk about a bugged, jittery, stuttery, frame rate lagging mess.
And that was on the PCs. You were experiencing that. That's crazy.
It's a decent game, Padawannabe, but it's nothing like any of the Arkham games. And even Arkham Knight is a good game once it got fixed on PC.
I don't know about
it
that.
Was a good game. It wasn't. Well, the story wasn't bad. The story wasn't bad. I know the Batmobile and the Riddler stuff was the problem, but
really disagree on
it's still a better game than Gotham Knights, I'll tell you that, Whoopa.
Oof.
Yeah, screw Gotham Knights. That game is embarrassing.
It's actually decent. It's just it's got other problems.
It does, and after that 40 gigabyte patch update, it still had problems.
It's just how do you release a game years after Arkham Knight and Gotham looks way worse? Like this game is newer than Arkham Knight, but Gotham and Arkham Knight looks amazing, like way better.
I don't know, and some of the writers from the Arkham Knight series actually wrote the story on Gotham Knight, so it's very odd.
Yeah.
But
No,
one
I
thing
think-
is as commenting on a viewer watching the content, I can say that y'all are way more excited to play the bro game than you were Gotham.
Listen,
Force is pretty
Pat,
crazy,
I don't want
man.
to be. We got Petty Wannabe Bro. We had that super fan Adam Shawhan Bro. We also had Resolute Bro Germ.
Nice.
We also have Baron Orman Tagge.
See, I did it
7
again.
Bro.
00 Bro.
And we got Swoop of Bro. Yeah, you did it again. You did it again. But, you know, Bro Force is just one of those games. You just sit back, you relax, you have fun, you watch your character die a lot. And and the best part is you get to battle Satan.
It's true.
Oh, Kathleen Kennedy's in this game. Cool.
Is she
Burn!
really Satan? No, she's something. She's something. I don't know.
Is it like
Satan takes many forms?
Is it like Tenacious D when they have a rock battle with Satan?
She's not that talented. It'd be Satan's
I
secretary.
wouldn't go there. But I do want to welcome
David Grohl from Foo Fighters and shit.
I want to welcome Rocco the Brave to the panel.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Rocco. What's up, man?
How's it going, guys?
It's going good.
Welcome.
Hope your day's going well.
Hi,
Rocco.
Rocco, I'm sure you feel the same as I do. We want this, since there's going to be another season of Cobra Kai, it needs to go out with a bang because, you know, last season they could have just wrapped it up, but we're getting another season that's fine, but they got to go out with a bang. They got to do as well as last season.
I see where you're coming from with it being, it could have ended there, but dude, I just want those crazy action scenes, like the high school fight and those crazy adults kicking the kids' ass, and like, you know, it's just it's crazy storylines, but it works for me. I don't know why. It shouldn't, but it does.
Cash likes it when the adults beat up the kids, you know, with you. Because I'm rating everything. You know?
Right.
I want Kreese to fight Silver in season 6. I want them to duke it out.
Well,
Kreese and Silver,
I
let's
can
go.
say, even throughout all the seasons that we've had, the 5 seasons, if we did not have Johnny back, oh man, this show would just not be the same.
No,
hell no.
Apion's brought up the point that it was How I Met Your Mother. It changed the whole storyline for everyone. I think Barney wanting Johnny to be the main character and Daniel the villain. So
yeah, when they brought him Daniel for his bachelor party, he's like, he's not the Karate Kid. The Karate Kid is Johnny Lawrence from Cobra Kai Tokyo.
Yeah,
and like had Johnny, and then that was like the first time William Zabka I'd even seen him again. And then they talked about it, and I'm sure that was when they sparked the idea to make the show. Like, hey, let's bring Cobra Kai back to the people. Like.
And Johnny feels a lot like we do. He's like, dude, what is going on with all these words and this political correctness crap and stuff?
the world's moving ahead of us, and we just want to be in the 80s again.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I'm a girl. He can't hit me. You want to be in this? You want to be equal? I love when he's telling her, like, you want to fight? You want to be treated the same? Get in there.
And get back. No. And that's what's so great about Johnny. He speaks for all of us, really.
Multiple generations, and we're not putting up with that shit.
Yeah, because I'm not from the 80s. I'm a 90s kid, but still, it's nice hearing those old 90s songs and stuff and pump it up. And I want to introduce it to the new generations, but they got this new stuff they want to stick to, and it's like
exactly, dude. That
I enjoy the Johnny Lawrence Twitter. If you've seen that.
No,
and everyone's I think I'm pretty sure it's fake.
Oh, the fake one, yeah, the fake one on Twitter.
Put up such random stuff. He always does hash brown whatever.
Wait, I heard Lizzo's going to be the next season of Cobra.
He's become Johnny.
Really? Well, who's Phil going to be?
Lizzo.
Yeah,
it's Lizzo, not Phil.
Oh
gosh,
Lizzo. What?
Oh god. So when they fight her, that counts as like 3 people then?
Jack Black is her dad.
Baron?
What?
Why do you make me do this? Why?
Oh.
That was fun.
Why do you make me do this?
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
I love that.
Why are you the way that you are?
Yeah.
I see nothing.
I try to make something fun, and then you try to make it not that.
Baron,
the way you
Baron.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
What happened?
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
And to answer your question, to answer you specifically, you're saying you have people skills?
How about no?
Lighten up, Francis.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I stabbed somebody with a
To be the man, you gotta beat the man, and I'm saying, woo, right here. I'm the man.
Woo!
No, I'm the man.
Man, game over, man. It's game over.
So many clips. I love it.
Affirmative.
And Baron, please no, I mean this out of love and respect.
You will be silent.
Oh, that's the best part ever. I love that.
Oh, no retort. No retort from Baron.
He's plotting.
Yes, he is. Yes.
I want you to know it's over.
Well. Bye.
Bye.
Powers
bye.
good, dude.
What a great actor he was.
Gosh. Yep. He was really good in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. too, man. He was so evil.
Sin
He's
City.
back.
I come back
Sin
now.
City is really good too. Yeah.
I love him in Sin City. Like,
No,
so
he's
good.
great. Yeah.
One of the Rourke brothers. So good.
Mm-hmm.
So getting back to this article, we've had our fun.
Yes.
We also fully understand the importance of PS5 exclusive titles. As I mentioned earlier, PlayStation Studios' main responsibility is to have people enjoy the game experience using the latest PS. What, piece of shit?
Ooh.
Snap.
Icy.
Ooh, video game burn.
Oh, snap. Oh,
We
snap.
are increasing the number of PS5 exclusive titles and staggering the release of the PC version. Bad move, Sony. You can make a lot of money.
Make a lot more money. Yep. I don't know how many times we have to tell them quality ports equals more money. It's really not that hard.
I often have the opportunity to ask game fans for their opinions, and when I ask them about the time lag, they say that selling the PC version 2 or 3 years after the release of the PS version is accepted favorably.
Who is he talking
Didn't
to?
ask me. Didn't ask Apion. Didn't ask Baron. Didn't ask Brandon. Didn't ask Whoopa. Didn't ask Rocco. Didn't ask Padawannabe.
Actually, I got the email, but no, I'm kidding.
Okay. Rocco's part of the exclusive club. I get it.
He's the enemy. He's the enemy.
Well, come on. You want to sell more of these consoles? Then why don't you guys actually bring greatness back? I mean, even Microsoft. Look at the whole Redfall thing lately. It's like the Game Pass is pretty cool, but once again, there could be more on that. Like they just are lacking. On
They're
a lot of
limiting
stuff.
themselves.
Yes, they
Gaming
are.
great again.
Redfall really reminds me of the whole Evolve situation when that shitty ass game came out.
It's like it feels like the way things are going in a lot of gaming, with not just the pandering, and that's like can be minor. It's the other crap, the broken games, the $70 tags. We need. It feels like Valve needs to come back and say, "Surprise, guys! Here's a really good game," just to go like, "Fuck."
I know. nowadays it really feels like as we the consumers and the people that pay for these games, we're like their fucking personal testers, but we're paying them to test their games. Like,
right?
I don't want to pay you to test your broken ass game. Finish it.
No, like there's always been bugs, but not this many. It's,
we'll fix them after launch.
Right? Yeah, it's such a horrible thing.
Yeah, like that mentality where like, oh, the game's sort of done. We can work out.
Will buy it anyway.
Yeah. We'll work out the kinks later. It's like F you.
Forspoken was like $70, and that game bombed.
I've
Some
heard
people liked it. That's
game
fine.
bombed
That's
so
not-
bad.
It
that game got
bombed.
destroyed.
People enjoyed it. That's fine, but they probably enjoyed it more on like console than PC.
I only watched a video where somebody talking shit on the dialogue in that game, and they have like clips of how terrible the dialogue is. That's like all I've watched of that game, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
The main protagonist is annoying as fuck. I'm
And
out.
the gameplay, yeah, she is. She really is. And
I'm done.
Whoa.
And the article goes on to say, while Sony was always clear that at least the single-player exclusives would continue launching on console first and PC later, we were hoping the port timing would shrink rather than expand. The first big first-party game ported to PC was Horizon Zero Dawn that landed on the platform over 3 years after its debut on PlayStation.
That's too long.
However,
yes.
However, the most recent port, Housemarque's Return or whatever, they're just waiting too damn long.
Yeah.
Yes.
Took less than 2 years. In October 2022, PlayStation Studios head Herman Holst said the single-player PS5 games would keep at least 1 year exclusivity on the console, sparking hope that the wait time could become even shorter. Ryan's fresh statement doesn't exactly inspire confidence on that count, of course, especially paired with Hoyes saying earlier this month that the decision to port a game on PC would be made case by case, which we read that article where he said it. Still, given the success of most PlayStation releases, we'd be surprised if any games didn't eventually make it. It'll just take a few years.
You know, when the sequel comes out, you'll get the first game. It's so stupid.
Yeah, players don't want to wait a few years to get
Yeah.
the game that was exclusive on PS4 or PS5.
Are you
Players
even
want
going
to
to
be
want
able
to
to play it.
Yeah, are you even going to want to play it if the sequel's out at the exact same time because they waited so long? Like, that's
Right.
a problem.
And so the argument against this then is like, well, if Sony decided to do this, then the people who have been supporting PlayStation for a long time would get out their pitchforks and torches and send Sony threats and other things. And I'm like, dude, they would be making more money. They could still make the PlayStation people happy. Why does one thing have to be that's it? That's just no. There can be more options. You make more money, more ports, more money, more this and so.
Square Enix knew exactly that. They got the fuck out of that deal with Sony. They're like, we're not going to be exclusive to you anymore. We want to be on Xbox. We want all these other opportunities for new players.
Very true.
Yeah, the Final Fantasy games. Like, I remember when they were all exclusive to Sony, but like, it was like a blessing when they actually came to other stuff.
Yeah,
I'm like, thank God.
Yeah, it was. Square Enix has their own problems, including their ethics department. But
Truly, but yeah, it was nice that when they like actually branched out and they weren't just Sony everything. Like, you didn't have to have a PlayStation to play Final Fantasy anymore.
And so anytime these kind of articles pop up, and if you guys ever decide to look into the comments, the people say, "Oh, well, you know, they have their Microsoft and stuff. Why can't they just shut up about this?" And it's like, shut up about this. It's like more money for Sony. Why wouldn't you want more money? These companies don't understand. It's the same thing with Sega. We didn't know that Persona 4 Golden was going to sell well on Steam. Really?
Right.
People have been asking for how many years?
Dude,
really?
and And it would stop games from being dead with communities. Like if you're only locked on Sony and like you only have Sony players, but if you open it up to everything, you can literally like increase a game's life and give it a bigger player base to keep people playing that game. Like some games will just die with like a small little community, like that Predator game for Sony. Like I think if that was multi-platformed, I think that would have done way better. But since it was just locked to Sony, it didn't get out enough.
Yep, even Fortnite understands that it should be everywhere.
Exactly.
It's not about loving Fortnite or not loving Fortnite. It's just they understand that they want it everywhere so people can play it. Same with Overwatch, console and PC, the first one. I don't care about Overwatch 2, but
oh god, you mean Overwatch 1.5 with new characters, like the most laziest sequel ever made.
Yeah, the only thing I'm playing right now recently from Blizzard is like some of their older games. There was like a collection thing they got, and of some of their older games, and then I finally went back to World of Warcraft. But even Diablo 4 I didn't like it.
Beta. You didn't like the beta?
No,
okay.
I felt it was a cut and paste.
I stopped playing when they changed McCree's name.
Oh, and Overwatch.
Oh,
and
that was stupid. Cassidy.
Yeah, now he's Cassidy.
Cold Cassidy.
Yes. Yeah.
I've got something.
And they had to change fucking Tracer's ass because people got offended that she had too much of an ass. And they're like, "Yeah, get rid of her butt, change her butt." Like, really? You come on.
Yeah. Then
I've
Go ahead.
got something to add about this article.
Okay.
Do you see what happens, Sony? Do you see what happens when you fuck a PC user in the ass?
Calmer than you, dude. Calmer than you, dude.
Well, the funny thing is, and then you'll get the other like crazy console fans on both sides, Microsoft and Sony, and they're like, oh, like Sony fans will say, oh, PC people are begging again. Begging what? We can find tons of games all the time. It's ridiculous. Begging for what?
And real quick, I do want to say hello to Das Wolfen. Hello, Das Wolfen. Good to see you.
Hello there.
Good.
Yeah, Jet Sparks is right that Warcraft Reforged was a mess. There's no excuse for that either. When that launched.
Yeah, when your original game is better than your worked on remake, you're terrible.
Yep.
Yes. Well, here's the official response to you. Oh, sorry. Here's the official
Reforged. Go for it. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I talked over you. My apologies. Here's the official response from Sony about asking the players what they want.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
With his pager on his shirt. God, I love that movie.
I want to know these fans that Jim talked to, and they said, "Oh, they're fine with this." What fans?
Probably somebody in their corporate offices.
Come on, man, dude, give me a break. What fans?
You need to have the pulse of your customer base and
I know.
Ask them.
Show
Do
me
you
a
want
receipt.
this game on PC? Yeah, and you're right, Apion. Show the receipts.
Yeah, you're gonna say, "Oh, these people." Who? What people?
We want
Show
gamer
me.
tags.
Yeah. Show me who these people are specifically. Oh no, there's some people out there. Who? You can't just say that and then not follow up.
These
They only
people.
need a group of 4 to be able to
Gamer
use
tag,
the term
Sony Lover 4.
fans.
Yeah. You have a group there, and it's like them. There's 3 people in the office.
You better say yes. You better say yes, or else it's your job. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look at how many people agree with me. It's like you made them.
Yeah, you threaten.
Yeah, you better agree with me or that's your ass. Look how many people said yes. Look at this. Isn't it amazing?
I'm doing well at my job, aren't I? No, you're threatening people. You're threatening them with their jobs. I'm not saying that's what Sony is doing, but I mean,
I like that though.
go out there and talk to actual gamers. And you know how you can talk to actual gamers? Go to any store that has an electronics section that sells games. And if you see someone there looking at games, ask them.
I mean, Sony could invite 5 streamers that play games online to their studios, play our games, make an opinion. Then you got real fans and people with actual like weight behind them that could actually say stuff like this is bad,
Mhm.
this is good. But they're afraid to do that because they know people shit on them because they don't control those people. They're not their puppets. You can't make them dance the way you want them to dance.
You can dance if you want to. You can... Sorry.
And I like the quote here.
Who?
They talk to top men in the business.
Who did you
Top
talk
men.
to?
We are the top men. We play the damn games.
Yeah. So this
I don't
article.
want to be a bottom.
This article finishes off by saying, as an aside, Jim Ryan also revealed today that Sucker Punch's Ghost of Tsushima has sold over 1 million copies in Japan, showing that the Seattle-based studio managed to win the hearts of Japanese gamers with their excellent adaptation of the Mongol invasion. Ghost of Tsushima is being adapted into a live-action movie directed by John Wick's Chad Stahelski. Well, why don't you port it to PC? I bet it would sell like hotcakes if you
Ghost of
ported it to
Tsushima
PC.
still isn't on PC?
Nope.
That game
not
still
that I know
hasn't.
of.
Oh my god, what a missed opportunity. That game is so beautiful.
All I
So
have is PC
good.
and I would get it.
That's such a shame. That game is so amazing. One of the best games I played that year when it came out. That's such a good game. Assassin's Creed really missed it. They missed their opportunity to do an Asian game, like
They
Asian
did
setting.
one.
They missed it.
It was
Yeah.
like a side game.
Yeah, they
Assassin's
missed.
Creed's been crap for a while, in my opinion.
Did you not like Valhalla? You didn't like the
I didn't
Vikings?
play it. I haven't played those like after Unity. I was like, I give up.
Yeah,
Odyssey
Unity
was
was
my
a hot
favorite.
mess. Unity was a hot mess.
Odyssey's been the best for a long time in recent years.
Odyssey was great. You know, the whole like Spartans and like Leonidas and 300 era, like hell yeah.
Sorry, bro. Yep.
Black Flag's my favorite though. Black Flag was a
Flag
mess.
was pretty good.
Black what?
Black Flag was.
Black Flag. I know, not the cigarette in England, okay?
I also,
Well, Black Flag with the ship, dude, that was the best like introduction. I know they
Amazing.
had it in the previous one in 3, but still.
But
dude,
it was
that-
so
that-
perfected in
oh,
Black
God,
Flag.
it's
Yeah.
so
it
fun.
was good. I just feel like since the more they go, the more I feel like they've lost the plot sometimes. It's just like, man.
Well, what more can they do now? I mean, they've reached a peak in a lot of the games.
They still have a lot.
That's the thing. I mean, I think they could do more. I have ideas.
Storyline wise, I know they have the whole world history to do, but it's
They
like,
can't do Cavemen because Far Cry already beat them to that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a good
Cavemen.
game.
But I like Primal. Yeah, Primal was fun.
Mhm.
But yeah, they can't do that. But that's what I'm saying. Like they missed the whole like Japan and like Japanese like era when they let Ghost of Tsushima just slide in and make a perfect game. That's kind of like Assassin's Creed because you have towers that like open the map and everything, just like.
Well, they've had the Assassin's Creed Chronicles, which those games they were okay, but they were they're very clearly side games. They had the Japanese one, which was interesting. They had the India one, which I liked the
Russia
character,
too,
but the
right?
story was weird. And the Russian one's so good. They've made books about it that were good, or like little comics that were pretty good. The whole Nikolai Orlov, such a cool like. They could do so much with that, and they're just like, no, let's just do this little side game. Like, no, make a full game on that. It would be awesome.
Yeah,
Maybe that's just because I like Russian history, but it's like there's so much weird shit you could do with
No,
that time period.
the Emperor Wupstaska liking Russian history. I did not know that, comrade.
Welcome,
welcome, comrade.
Comrade. Hello,
Comrade
comrade.
Woopa. Comrade Leader Woopa, that is my name. Emperor Woopa.
I will break him.
Bizarre.
I'm not kneeling to you, Whooper.
There's 8 of you right now.
We will make you kneel in the end. All will submit to Wupstotska.
Yep. There's 8 people here right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So?
Yep. Your name is Mike.
I'm a Pokemon.
Yes,
I'm
it
not
is.
a person.
That was my dog.
Pokemon.
Right?
Gotta catch him.
Whoopa whoopa.
That was my dog. My
So,
dog.
is there any other article that anybody wants to talk about before we begin to wrap things up?
What about that new Looney Tunes Blu-ray coming out?
I
Choice
hadn't
1 and
really,
5.
I hadn't really been paying attention to it.
Yep.
Is it a new? Is it new or just old thing releasing on Blu-ray?
It's on Blu-ray. You're one of my favorite users of all time, by the way.
Thank you, Brandon.
And Resolute Jones was here earlier, also one of my favorite users. Yep. I use it to start to one user already dead, plus some brand new users.
I know Ryan Roger 8th does it as well.
Yep. I did give you 3 shout-out videos.
I appreciate that, Brandon. I'm not being mean. I'm just stating fact. Nobody has to give me a shout out. I don't need a shout out. If you want to share out the stream, share out the stream. But I don't need a shout out.
My dog.
Who let the dog out?
Shut up, boy. I'm talking to my dog.
Not mine. This time.
I used to send my friends pictures on my community tab.
Sounds like my wife's over there.
Wow. Whoa. Okay.
Damn.
You know,
Better not let her
when you
listen to
said that-
this.
Oh, I know, because honestly.
She's behind me playing on her games.
Do you have a comfortable couch?
Wait. You're saying that your wife is behind you playing games. You're saying that? Well,
I'm insulting
He's
her.
a
Yeah.
brave man.
That's very brave of you.
All I heard was
Very
asshole.
brave of you.
You know, all I gotta say is this.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
So good.
If I were married, which I'm not, I would even risk saying that.
Oh no, she's a trooper. I love it. You should hear the things she says about me.
God damn.
I've got no response. I've literally got no response to that.
Hey, Mike.
None.
Yes, Brandon.
I used to send my YouTube friends pictures on my community tab.
Very nice.
Make video to certain users each week.
Well, 1 second, Brandon. Let's not start promoting ourselves yet.
But I do want to see the new banner for my channel.
Yeah, I will show it, but right now it's not the time to start promoting. I just want to give everybody an opportunity. If there's a story that we haven't talked about, to bring up that story, and we can talk about it before we wrap up the show.
My dog.
Did you guys talk about the? As this came out, this might have been on your last Pop Talk. Did you talk about the whole them Overwatch 2 officially scrapping the PvE?
I have not talked about that.
All right,
Let
me. I had an article just here and I lost. Okay, here.
Why haven't you, Mike? Come on.
It's the whole reason they made it sequel, and they fucked that up.
Right. It's like, okay, this is the only reason I might actually play this game.
It's to give it some difference from the first game. They were just like, "What can we do? We'll bait fans into thinking we're going to give them something different." Sounds good.
Now it's just the same. That's so stupid. Oh my god.
It's terrible.
It's a copy paste.
Well, I didn't even get it because my buddy played it and said, "Oh, dude, you're not missing much." I played the beta. It's exact. Just keep playing Overwatch, and everyone still is. So
They thought to themselves, we can't just make Overwatch 1 and keep giving people free characters. We don't make money that way. So we make a new game and we make 3 new characters and we charge them $60.
Boom, got him.
Got him, coach.
it's like I spent enough money on my Fortnite skins. Like, come on.
Oh god, Fortnite. I don't even want to know how much I spent on that damn game. Oh,
God, I know how much I spent.
Oh, yeah.
I put the link in the chat.
Yep. I'm bringing it up. Dang, Cardinal fans so pushy.
Come on, get on it.
Bro, it's crazy. in Fortnite right now, they have Dragon Ball Z and Star Wars, so they have like two of my favorite things. I'm just like, ooh, you already got all my money for all these.
There's so much. Fortnite is very cool, but it's so weird when it's like, okay, here's Goku, here's Princess Leia, and then here's Rick from Rick and Morty. It's like, am I on drugs right now? What's going on?
And then RoboCop runs by.
Somebody called it Ready Player One. I'm like, it is. It is Ready Player One. It's basically where we're at now. It's Ready Player One. Just random shit from all different franchises smashed into one game. Or Space Jam 2.
Wait.
Watch it.
There's a Space Jam 2?
Space Jam 2, the quest for more cash.
Someone might start.
If I got thrown out before what I said, I think that's a throw-out thing there.
You can't throw me out.
No,
you are.
Only I can throw me out.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him with saying about the Space Jam 2. If you can say Space Jam 2, I got thrown out for saying Lizzo. He said Space Jam 2.
To quote Mills Lane, I'll allow it.
Fine,
man, Blizzard just messing up so hard. Like, they used to be at the top of the food chain of game like developers. Now they're just bottom tier. Pathetic. Such a shame. Such a shame. From World of Warcraft to this state, pathetic.
I've been disappointed before. Sure, I have, but never to this extent.
I've watched streams of people playing Overwatch 2 and how frustrated they've been getting because just how uneven the player versus player matches are.
Oh yeah, there's no. You get placed into like things with like super high ranked people, and they just smash you, and you got like these teammates that don't care. That's the worst part of Overwatch is just the teammates. I can't. I'm good, but I can't 1 versus 5 every time I'm in a fight. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched one streamer, and he's trying to be the healer, and he's asking for people to protect him because he's the healer, so he's the most vulnerable. But nope, everybody goes off in their own direction, and they wonder why they lose the match.
And there's not enough to do in that game for that. That's what confuses the shit out of me. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, there's literally a set goal, and then you fight people right near that goal. There's nothing else in the map to explore. What are you doing?
And this was coming from Pacific Jenkins?
So simple. Yeah.
Baron, in a team game, I know what I have to do. When I'm playing solo, it's time to Rambo it.
Freaking Rambo.
Listen, it's not his fault. You just can't keep up,
Yeah. I'm not talking fast, you're just listening slow,
So this article from GameSpot says Overwatch 2's PvE hero mode is being scrapped. Blizzard explains what happened and why. What happened is, you guys fucked up.
I know. I'm reading through the article. It's like, oh yeah, we were playing it, but then we have to think to ourselves, are we really excited about it? I'm like, oh my god, they built a game and didn't even like it themselves.
Right?
No.
You made the game, and you're like, is this good? You made it.
At that point, why release it?
Hey, why even? Yeah, promise it.
What's that? SpongeBob. Hi, I like money. Oh no, what does what made you want to open up a new Krusty Krab?
Right, money,
moolah.
They would never be that straightforward in real life, though.
Be more like Mr. Krabs.
Yeah,
I want me money.
At least he's respectable the fact that he admits it, goes out there and says right to your face. He's not hiding behind BS. And we care about you. No, I care about your money.
I can respect it.
You guys already bought it, so screw it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Bob Chapek at Disney. He's basically like Patrick Starfish at this point. Like, this is what the fuck he's doing. SpongeBob, what do we do? I don't know.
Are you trying to say that Iger is Squidward?
Oh my god.
Hey, Squidward. Hey, Squidward. Did you guys ever see that SpongeBob episode where he goes, "Hey, Squidward. Hey, Squidward," and,
Yeah.
and SpongeBob's really old. He just keeps saying it over and over. I couldn't
Yeah.
stop laughing.
So getting on with this article, it says game director Aaron Keller and executive producer Jared News discuss why the eagerly anticipated, I don't know how eagerly anticipated it was, mode will no longer be released and the future of Overwatch 2. It says Overwatch is a game that rose from the ashes of Titan and ambitious MMO that Blizzard pulled the plug on. In the wake of this decision, developers at the studio reworked the ideas they had for Titan into what would become Overwatch, a hero-based multiplayer shooter that was critically acclaimed and hugely successful. Blizzard's Team 4 is no stranger to picking up the pieces of a shattered project, but this process has been kept behind closed doors. The Blizzard way was to keep games out of public view until they were ready to be seen and to release them. Only then were they as close to the ideal version as they could possibly be. That isn't the way anymore, not for Overwatch 2 anyway. That's not the way for most companies.
Yep.
When the sequel to Overwatch was announced at BlizzCon 2019, where the game was also playable, it was with the promise of a PvE hero component that would allow players to gather their squads and play through a narrative-driven multiplayer experience. On top of that, each of the heroes that they'd come to know and love would be reworked for PvE and given progression systems that would allow players to unlock new talents. It was an ambitious new project, well, new mode, project, whatever. Yes, I'm rewriting the article. New mode.
Why was it? Sorry.
Got it.
Why was it? Why is it ambitious? I mean, PVE like this exists plenty, like all over.
I know it sounds like
None
this
of
is
it's
sort of
ambitious.
a Fortnite / World of Warcraft type
It
game
just
they want to
doesn't-
combine.
It doesn't make any sense because they already have the pieces set up, and they could do an animated movie, and then that could turn into a campaign, or vice versa. But Blizzard is just—they're not the same anymore. Like Overwatch 2, the big draw was supposed to be there's going to be a campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's focused on tanks, and it's just I don't know.
We
I
ran
don't
out of
get
money
it.
from all the lawsuits.
I don't know, and a lot of that turned out to be even false. So yes, there's possible there could have been stuff going on, but when they did the investigation, they didn't really find much. And then other people are like, no, they did, and I'm like, no, they didn't. But it's just even before that, Blizzard, they started pandering and stuff. I mean, in Overwatch 2, they've got Flower Man. He's a pansexual. I'm not kidding you, from Thailand.
Whoa.
All right. Well, hey, I got a response to that, Cass. I do in the form of a clip. And it's what I haven't played yet today.
Oh my God.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Shirley. Oh, God, airplane. You're sweating a lot. Have you done this before?
A lot of people don't realize they're playing with a remake of 0 Hour.
Like Blizzard, I feel like Blizzard is like him sweating scene on repeat.
Where that kid goes and talks to Kareem, and I will tell you this right now, Kareem in person, my brother had a good experience with him when they went to a book signing, but my mom didn't have the best experience with him. This is not an appropriate time for an autograph. Oh, okay. You know, fans make your career, right, dude? Oh, okay. I guess you forgot that.
Well, what's the appropriate time? Can I come back?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna
seriously,
be?
when is
Where are you
the
gonna be when the
appropriate
appropriate time is, asshole?
Let me pull out my schedule.
Let me
They
know.
tell me.
Yeah. Let me pull out my Palm Pilot. Okay.
Because I guess
Let me pull out my date book. Okay, I'm not available to get an autograph from you on Saturday, but how about
Yeah,
How
can we
about
reconvene
next Friday at 2 p.m.?
Let's do
Yep.
brunch.
And then I
Yeah,
saw
we'll do
him.
brunch.
I saw him around kids years later, Apion, and I was so tempted to say I was going to get your autograph right here, but this is not an appropriate time. But I just walked away.
Snap at him. Give him a little snap.
That's right.
No,
Yeah.
actually, this is Cash. It's like 2:30 in the morning. Is it now a good time?
That's right. Is it not a good time now? Anyways, he got busted by the police officers a few years later or something for marijuana possession. So people started calling him Kareem Abdul-Jabbar along.
Damn, that would have to be like a 10-foot bong if he was getting hit out of a bong with his tall ass. He would need like some crazy long hookah like from like Alice in Wonderland or some shit.
Gee, look how tall he is. How does he want to get even higher than that? Come on.
Yeah, no, he's a tall guy, definitely in person, but yeah, his wife is ugly. Yeah, I said it. Anyway.
Wow.
Imagine like you're at like a supermarket or something. He shows up like, "What you say about my wife?"
He jumps in the chat.
Yeah, he jumps in the chat right now. Like,
wait, my wife.
He's totally out there.
He's like, listen, please stop talking. Here's the autograph. Just please leave me alone.
2:30 in the morning.
His username was.
What do you say about my wife?
The real Abdul.
Yeah, and then
What do you say about my wife?
I know, right?
Hello?
And other people have had good experiences with him. Well, good for them, you know.
Oh yeah, that happens with any athlete and any celebrity. Some people have good experiences. Some people have not so good experiences.
And look, he has every right to deny people an autograph. But once again, if the person isn't being annoying, I don't see a problem. Even if you're at a museum and there's heritage or you're learning about your heritage and stuff, you don't have to be kind of rude to people. They make your career, but whatever. You know, just saying, fans make your career, dude. That's just the way it is.
This is the bit that turned Cash bitter. You know?
This is when it started. I'm like Doc Pop Jr. I'm in my my factory building stuff.
Floyd Mayweather wouldn't give an autograph to a fan because he had painted nails, and then he got like blasted on the internet for that. Like, not like giving the guy an autograph because you didn't like the way his nails were or whatever. It's like, you can have that personal preference, but sign the fucker's thing. Like, move on.
Yeah.
Give him an autograph. You don't have to like the guy, but just be nice. You paint yourself as an asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, sorry, like, damn, like you're a dick. What? That's a wrong nail color. Get him away from me. Like, what the fuck?
That nail color totally clashes with your outfit. I can't handle you right now.
Yeah, and you're supposed to be, and you're calling me like a feminine character. Hold on.
That's why a lot of these celebrities, and if any of them are, just not as important as they think they are. They really aren't. It's like the fans make your career, dude. And a lot of George Takei. I mean, look at George Takei's career compared to William Shatner, who had the better career.
Not to look at him as much as possible.
I don't know if George Takei was not Sulu in Star Trek. No one would know the fuck who he is, and even then, he barely. If I saw him in public, I wouldn't know it's him.
Yeah, and it's just like Mark Hamill. It's like, yeah, we thank you for Luke Skywalker and other things, but dude, you're a nutcase, bro.
You know
out of your mouth. Yeah.
You know it's George Takei because you first tell you, "Hi, I'm George Takei." Hey,
right.
I'm George Takei.
Hello.
Hey, I'm on Twitter.
He just says it as he's walking on the street by himself.
Yeah.
Well, he has to remain relevant. Nobody would know the fuck who he is.
If George Takei isn't in Star Trek, like you were saying, I think he ends up on Jackie Chan's stuff.
Damn. Damn. On his
Easiest job in the world.
right?
So,
he gives you such and such. Him love you long time.
I'm George Takei, and I do karate for Jackie
So
Chan.
continuing with this article, it says that it was an ambitious new mode that in many ways was used to justify the 2 at the end of the title. Yeah,
so
okay.
ambitious, we couldn't pull it off.
We tried.
Pathetic. Ooh,
It's like Highlander 2.
It says, now, however, Blizzard has confirmed that the promised PvE hero component will not be released at all. In a video game, director Aaron Keller and executive producer Jared News said that the team had made the decision to take the PvE elements of Overwatch 2 in a different direction and detailed a roadmap for the upcoming seasons that reveal a new hero, maps, rebalances, and a number of story-focused additions. According to Keller and News, this decision was made for the good of the game, and it's by multiplayer component.
I hear doubt out
False advertising out the ass. They could get sued so hard for this. Like this is like if they released this game for $60, like instead of they did the free because they were trying to protect themselves. But if they released this game for full price, they would have got sued out the ass for false advertising. They couldn't survive that.
Yeah.
So they kind of manipulated it in a way where like this game was free. You can't be mad.
Here's something funny, guys, that just popped up on my Twitter feed. The guy erased the tweet. The guy who made the tweet about saying The Last of Us 2 is the best Naughty Dog game ever made, he just recently deleted that.
Are we surprised?
That's an outlandish statement. More than Uncharted? Are you serious? More than the first Last of Us? You're insane, bro. You are.
He deleted the tweet.
But it's like then you get like 1,000 people that copy and pasted the tweet. Like, yeah, people don't forget. You know that line from Superbad. People don't forget. You know, like sorry, like you can try to erase the past, but people don't forget, bro. Yeah.
No, we usually have already blocked you by that point. Like, oh, I'm not dealing with your insanity. Block.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was hoping for a lot of blocks because then he didn't have to worry about the backlash.
Yeah, he announces that he has no followers.
Yeah,
he has less follow. A lot of people unfollowed him because of that. I just said thank you for the laugh. I found it really funny that somebody would say that, but sure.
And the article goes on to say, but regardless of this, Blizzard and Team 4 pitched an experience that won't be realized, which will no doubt confuse and frustrated players. GameSpot spoke to Keller and News about that. Well, about what, not that, led to this decision and how Team 4 intends to try to make something good rise from the ashes of a failed idea once again. And of course, GameSpot says the big talking point is the direction that you're now taking with the PvE, that you basically aren't doing it. Is that the correct way to characterize it? It's not happening anymore, and you've pivoted away from it. And Aaron Keller responded by saying, I think I would characterize it slightly differently, which is we are doing part of what the team had set out to do, but not the entirety of what was discussed back at BlizzCon 2019. So the real focus is on the story missions and that experience as opposed to the more open-ended hero mode and that stuff. Well, they knew they couldn't deliver, so they scrapped it.
Right. And so this is the problem also with Blizzard. They did the same thing. They're like, oh, with Diablo 3, we're going to get this arena type stuff that you guys liked in WoW. Okay, that sounds cool. Oh, no, we can't do it. What? Why not? Okay. It was just an idea. And I'm like, well, then why even throw it out there? Why even talk about it with the media then? I don't get it. It
reminds me of that guy, Peter Molyneux or whatever from the Fable group, when he would always come out for Fable games and like make promises like this Fable is going to have this. And then like you play the game and it has none of the stuff he was talking about.
Dude, if Fable ever
talking out his ass.
If Fable ever becomes politically correct, I think I'm just gonna be beside myself. Like that game can't be politically correct.
It's the first game you ever get an STD, and I'm like, oh, my character got an STD. Oh, that happened.
Whoa!
Well,
Why?
Yeah, that game is wild, bro. Like the old Fables.
You're like 8 years old and knows what STDs are.
Dude, I was pretty young when I was playing it. I'm like, oh, I guess I should have wore a condom. Like, what is going on with this game?
Mommy, what does this mean?
Why do I have to press X for condom?
Yeah, Fable was pretty different. But this is what this reminds me of, is this same type of like just speaking out your ass, like giving a bunch of promises to try and make people happy, but then you're not really going to deliver on any of that.
And so why even have an Overwatch 2? Oh, it's more tank centric. It's this, but you have the battle pass, you have this. It's like they should have just built on Overwatch 2. Or Overwatch, excuse me. There's no point of having Overwatch 2. It just build on Overwatch. I don't understand. They added a few new maps. You can't make your own maps, which suck. That would be cool with an Overwatch 2.
Oh, like a map grid, yeah.
But they don't Blizzard doesn't want people to have control like that. So no.
I used to love that. Like
Warcraft
so 3
cool,
had the
man.
map editor. Oh, it was so good.
Warcraft 2 had a map editor.
Yeah,
too.
dude, I love those. StarCraft even had one, I think.
All away from us.
I think StarCraft even had one as well. Like eventually, I think they gave. Yeah, like all that creativity, making your own stuff. We don't want you to do that. Buy our stuff, and that's it. That's all you get.
Yep.
Mine.
They do some, just like Naughty Dog right now, like the direction they're going in. It's like, why do you guys think you lost money with Last of Us 2? Ask yourself that.
Nobody wants to play a character that kills a beloved character. I'm sorry, that shit don't work. That don't fly.
Well, the way they did it is just outrageous, man. I don't care what anybody says. That's insulting.
When I first picked up the controller and you control Abby, I kept walking her off an edge and killing her over and over again. So I'm like, I don't want to play as her. What she just did, I'm not going to play a whole game. I totally understand why people got so mad at that game. I'm like, I don't want to spend hours with this fucker. Like she did something horrible.
Half
now
the game is Ellie, half the game is Abby, and then even in the remaster, it's like, oh well, spoiler alert that Joel kills her dad, and it's just some random person. I'm like, give me a break with this.
Yeah, and then Ellie's killing dogs. Ellie's killing all the dogs, and like Abby gets to pet the dogs and be all nicey, but Ellie's murdering dogs.
Yep.
Like,
and so and then people will say, well, people were hating me for liking The Last of Us 2. I said, nobody should hate you because you like that game, but it doesn't change the fact that it lost money.
Right. Well, people take that way out of context too. Like, oh, they were hating me. No, you gave an opinion that someone said, well, that's stupid. Like, they're hating me. It's like, okay, that's allowed.
They disagreed with you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they shouldn't hate you for liking something. I mean, I just can't be friends with you.
They don't hate you. You're just very, very wrong.
You know how many times I say that to Cash?
Yeah, I say
probably millions.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to read the rest of this article because looking one at the length and then also looking at some of the questions and answers, it's like, okay, just admit it, guys. You knew you couldn't deliver. You failed.
It's all excuses all the way down.
Oh yeah,
it really is like the only thing I can imagine that. I never played the original Overwatch, and I probably wasn't going to get the second one. But a PvE is kind of like, oh, that's neat. That might be something that I would play. I can't imagine.
Make me come back to Overwatch. That would be something.
Now this is really like genuinely not. It gets maybe worth $10 for a DLC for the last game.
Yeah, it should have
$60
just been a
for
DLC.
Yeah, and I give Crit a lot of credit. He wanted to get that hero rank or whatever. Well, good for him. That's a goal in that game. But after you get something like that, do you even want to play Overwatch 2 again? I mean, even in the original Overwatch, you're playing a ranked mission. Even the dogs are upset. You're
they heard about The Last of Us.
They heard Ellie was in town. Fucking gotta get the fuck out of here.
You even with the original Overwatch, you're in a ranked match, and some random person on your team's like, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter if we win this. because it's
Yeah, it
not
does.
high up ranked. I'm like, excuse me? Where is this attitude? And so the gamers and the developers hurt each other in the game, and especially something like an online game that gets competitive and has ranked matches. It's just stupid for anyone to have that attitude. It really is. Like, dude, this is still a ranked match. We can try, and if we lose, at least we can try.
They were trying to get the participation
Yes,
achievement.
right?
You've unlocked participation award.
Woohoo!
Yay! I like those.
Play one online match, any mode, win or lose.
Yeah. Online, especially ranked matches, should be everybody should try. Oh man, we lost, but we put up a good fight. Nope. It's just like, this ranked match isn't that important, so I don't care.
Or you watch streams of Overwatch 2 and you have people saying, "Oh, it's your fault we lost." Dude, I was doing my job. You were the one that ran out there like Rambo and thought he could save the whole team.
Right. Yep. That doesn't help either to blame one person. It's like, hey, we lost. We'll move on, and sure, it can happen. Like you're like, oh man, you got lucky, blah blah blah. But it stinks. I don't like that attitude. Back in the 90s and even early 2000s, people were like, yeah, but we lost, but it was a good fight. Now it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Ugh.
It's that Modern Warfare 2 chat room, voice chat that ruined it for everyone.
Or fucking League of Legends. Oh my God, you want to talk about
League of
toxic
Legends
community?
is
Oh gosh.
You want to talk about toxic people?
People
Why'd you
threaten
pick that
other
loadout?
people. Yep.
Why are you going that lane? What are you doing with these abilities? Like, calm down, bro. I'm trying to play the game.
Young man, shut up. Go back to school.
I'm trying to play this game.
Sure.
This is a video game. I haven't played it in months. Or you can't just play not in months and then come onto a game. It's like, holy shit, dude. I'm out. And I literally
That reminds me of a time I was playing Battlefield 1943, and I was playing it for my first time, so I wasn't used to how the game was laid out yet, and I was on a ground mission, and I ended up getting shot real quick. And then the person messages me and says, You're lame, dude. You can't play this game at all. I said, it's my first time playing.
Yeah, dude, I hate that toxic bullshit, man. Like, really?
Yeah,
you took time to send me a message. Like, get over yourself, man.
People got so mad at other people at like in League of Legends. They said, "Why don't you go do something to yourself?" It's like, oh boy, we're not going to go into the details, but it's like, come on, man.
Oh yeah,
he just doesn't know how to play the game. He'll learn.
Death threats and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
I used to play NHL online. There's this one guy, like he made all these terrible mistakes, and then I would make one mistake, and he's just like, "Oh, get the fuck out of my lobby, get out of here." It's like, dude, you made just as many mistakes as I did, and you're gonna be mad at me? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm only human. I'm only human. I can only make mistakes because that's what we all do. No one's fucking perfect.
Nope.
Speak for yourself.
You're not perfect either. Go sit in the corner. Mini me, mini Baron.
No, I'm Mini Mike.
Mini Mike.
Right. Mini me. You complete me.
You and I.
But when Brandon, the anime guy, and I played Broforce, I told him, don't get near me if we're near anything that's explosive. Because I'll take you out with me.
Friendly fire, yep.
Mike got jelly knights. Stay away.
Friendly fire.
Some cooking gang got me and Apion toxic to each other.
Oh, Overcooked too?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that game. Yeah.
Well, because neither of us work in a kitchen.
Yeah, we're cussing each other out. It's like, oh, it's gonna get canceled. Oh, where's the fish? You didn't chop it.
You didn't chop the fish.
The poor neighbors.
I play with those types of games with my little siblings, and it gets there's a lot of yelling involved.
There can only be one Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen. Not everybody can yell at each other.
This is raw, you donkey.
Where are the dishes?
It's
no clean dishes.
like the guy from that bar reality show.
Bar Rescue? Are you talking about Bar Rescue? Yeah.
Yes, Bar Rescue. But he has a right to yell. It's like, come on, they don't listen to him.
Yeah.
He's trying,
All the
and
owners of
he's
the bars
calm
are
too.
weird.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say something there, Cash?
Yeah, I did.
Every
Bar
once in a
Rescue
while,
was
there's a moment of
yeah.
greatness. You might miss
That's
it.
it.
Bar Rescue was a pretty good show. I actually know
Yeah,
a
it
bar
was.
like near my house that guy actually went to, and then another bar he was going to go to, but
I guess it's still considered a
owner didn't want
reality
to.
show to an extent. Is
Yeah.
that right? I guess it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the owners are the real owners and everything, so I
Right.
guess it is
Right.
real. Where
They are. Yeah.
but it's pretty scripted. You can kind of feel the scriptedness of some.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did you guys ever watch Man vs. Food?
Yeah, I like that one
Yeah.
too.
I love that show. Me and my family legitimately went on a vacation to Chicago, and that was one of our main things. Go to all the restaurants he went to.
Yeah.
Some of them were better than others. The Al's Italian beef, that was pretty good. The pizza place was pretty good, and there was a sandwich place we went to. It was like, that's not very good.
Yeah.
There's a
I
new
didn't.
place in downtown LA that he went to that I went to, and I could not eat the spicy noodles. It was ridiculous.
Whew. There was one I can't. He did the one in St. Louis. I forget what two places he went to, but I know that the challenge place. There's a place called Crown Candy. He had to drink what was it 6? No, I think it was 18 milkshakes or something ridiculous. Like it was either I don't know. It was malts specifically, but it was a ridiculous amount of. Maybe it was just 6, but they were so big. It was he had it in groups of 3.
Yeah,
but
he
I think
worked-
he finished one. I finished one round and then went over, and he just ended up barfing because like you can't do
No,
put
that's
that
too
much
much
food
dairy.
in your stomach.
They'll kill you, man.
He
But that
worked
was-
out 4 hours a day just to keep hit that shape he was in, whereas 4 hours of workout just because of all the stuff he used to eat.
Well,
Every day he'd have to work out.
That's why he like stopped, right? He was like,
Nah,
the
he was tearing
doctors
his
were
body
like,
apart.
the
Yeah,
doctors were like, please stop. This is not good.
We were watching LA Beast. If you guys ever watched him, Crit and I, and it's like, dude, that guy is putting horrible things in his food, and then you wonder why sometimes he has to go to the bathroom and be there for a while. I mean, come on. Is this really funny? It's just
Are you
like,
talking about the
dude.
guy in the show or Crit?
No, I'm talking about the guy in the show.
Okay.
LA Beast. He puts a lot of weird stuff. Like there was a high C thing that he got from eBay that was like 20 years old. and he drank
I've seen that guy. He bought it. He bought an Ecto Cooler, High C Ecto Cooler that was over 20 years
Yep.
old from
He did.
eBay.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah.
And then he proceeded to drink it.
He did. And I'm guessing he probably calls a doctor or something because they do give you a warning. Don't try this at home.
Why? Please tell us.
Yeah, please tell us
Well,
why.
I got
What
a
happens
challenge
after?
named after me, and I wouldn't do what you're saying this guy does.
No, that's crazy. But
he-
you know,
I know.
he's still got a personality, so you know, and people send him things obviously for him to drink, and he's been doing this for years. But I'm guessing he did talk to a doctor before he did, because even though he has problems in the toilet with stuff that he drank, but it's like, dude, this stuff, meat from a can. I'm like, that sounds horrible, man. It's just
He doesn't have a colon left anymore from all the.
well, it would just do things to your
Lord.
system, or you're going to sit there and throw up or have diarrhea or something. I'm like, that's horrible, man. That does not
Just
sound
imagine,
pleasant.
imagine that doctor's visit. So how's my colon, doctor? It's not bad.
What colon?
The diarrhea, Arnold with diarrhea, it hurts. That's how he would be.
Oh God.
I have to eat ice cream to cool it down. Oh man.
Well, that show, Man vs. Food, actually had 2 hosts. The one guy quit. Now they got a new one now. Or they had
Yeah, that other guy's cholesterol was really high.
Then-
Well,
I
the
mean,
first
it's funny
guy was
when-
like he had to step down, and they were saying,
Yeah.
because you could tell they make jokes about it, but you could see in real time he went from like, "Oh man, this is so good," to he takes a bite and he looks like he's in pain. You're like, "Oh man, I hope like you should stop, buddy."
He still produced it and all, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like it when he left the show because it wasn't him eating the food anymore, so I didn't really
Well,
wasn't as
he was a
into it
cool
anymore.
guy. Like I
Yeah, I liked his personality. Same.
You know, this brings to mind Mr. Credosoft from The Meaning of Life, Monty Python. Sitting there. How you feel? Yeah, that's good. Better get up. Fuck, that thing will be sick.
He'll be dead soon. He'll be dead soon. He's not dead. I'm not dead. He'll be dead soon. Look at him.
He will be soon.
Take him, please.
Wait, how many shrubberies do you need? I need 2 shrubberies. I need 3 shrubberies.
The shrubbery.
Who is here seen Monty Python and the Meaning of Life? Just curious.
I've watched.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What's up? What was the question?
I was asking, who here has seen Monty Python, The Meaning of Life?
I've never seen that movie, actually.
Oh my God.
It's a good watch.
It is. Then you would have gotten the Mr. Credosoft comment on there.
I still say their best, of course, is The Holy Grail, though.
Yeah, I've seen that like 100 times.
Pretty funny,
I've seen that movie like 100 times. The Holy Grail, fucking.
Oh yeah,
so good.
A moist bint handing out knives is no way for a system of government.
You got Lancelot going up there and killing the wrong people, and you
Yeah.
the music.
I want to see.
He just starts killing people in the movie. YouTube.
One of my favorite scenes too is when the guy's like gonna sing and he's like, "No singing!" I love that. He stops him. He's like, "What?" He's like, "No, we're not doing a fucking musical."
Of course, they couldn't throw cows like they did. They couldn't do that now. There's no way.
The French castle. Oh, I love that.
No,
Your father smelled of elderberries.
They'd have.
Father was a hamster.
Yes.
All right, guys. I think now's a good time to wrap up the show. I know Baron has.
I don't think so today. I don't think so. Sounds like 24's got family, so we'll have to see what's going on there. So I'm not on a pressing time scale or trust me, you'll hear me going.
Okay.
Yeah, but you know, all this talk though reminds me of this.
Help! I'm being repressed.
I'm being repressed.
Bunch of women down the street.
Killer bunny. It's not going to do anything. Yeah.
With vicious teeth.
The questions on the bridge. 3 questions. 1.
What's your favorite color? Red. No blue. Ah! What does
They couldn't make any of those movies now.
Oh no, that was a classic. I got it in my collection. I got to plop it in again sometime. Watch it here.
And then the
watch party.
That would be a good watch party.
Yeah.
But, anyways, I think now is a good time to wrap it up because I'll admit I'm getting a little hungry.
True that.
Yeah. Look at that mouse. Like,
No, don't get any ideas, Baron. Don't get any ideas.
I might help out.
Do you think if you were sleeping for too long, Mouse might try to eat you, Baron?
Yes. Without a doubt, yeah, in the heart.
But like I said, I'm getting a little hungry. So stomach's growling. It wants some food.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. But before we do, does anybody have anything coming up, starting with Rocco?
Well, not on my channel, but if you jump over to Apion, I'm writing his coattails right now. But we got we got 2 guys talking our little podcast about Star Wars coming up. So
I got one finished, so it should be online. Yeah. Well, if it gets past copyrights, we're gonna be here for a while.
Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, just listen to his page. We're always BSing about entertainment stuff, any news that's going on, and any fandom that we're interested in at the time. We start talking about it. So
okay.
Yeah.
Oops. And Apion, anything you want to add to that?
Pretty much, yeah. Like what Rocco was saying, we got our 2 guys talking that we're doing with Star Wars. Like a lot of them are doing well. We're doing like the prequel series, and we're going up towards like Luke Skywalker era. But we're still working on. We just finished Revenge of the Sith. But yeah, we're doing like every Star Wars movie.
Alrighty. And Whoopa Troopa, the man who just recently returned to live streaming on YouTube. What do you have coming up?
Is your internet being good to you now, or?
Yes, it has been good to me. Last Friday, I got to play some Kirby.
Yes, you
Playing
did.
some Kirby, and I beat the game. The ROM, I guess couldn't play the new game plus because I was pressing the buttons.
Just remember,
Yes.
Whoop, when the stars pop out, always have Kirby, suck them up.
That was
Kirby's amazing at sucking.
Is that how you play that game?
Yes.
It was so I was so lost because I kept trying to like I was hitting him with my like normal breath, and then at one point I guess I accidentally swallowed a star and shot at him and I didn't know, and then he got hurt and I'm like, oh, so it's working. So I just kept doing it. I'm like, well, now it's not working anymore. I wasn't playing on easy mode here. This slander.
And honestly, really, was there a big hue and cry to have Lupa come back?
Wow.
Whoa.
This is the response I get. This is
God, I really don't want to
That's
do
new Avatar
this,
picture.
but the same thing I used to say to my little brother when he used to say, "How do you do that?" I said, "Yeah, I read the directions, man."
I didn't read the directions.
That's what
I'm
I'm
not trying to
saying.
get help.
Hey,
I'm trying to just wait.
gotta read the
That's what the
directions.
chat's for. I said,
You're there
hey,
for
go
it,
look
man.
this up for me. Tell me how to do it.
Lupa admitted it. He's helpless. He's helpless. He tapped back into it right now. I don't want to help. He's helpless.
It made me laugh, Whoopa, and I'm sure it made Pacific laugh too. It's like, dude, you've got to suck up those stars. Whenever there's anything around objects, got to suck them up and then fire them every time.
Hey, this was my first Kirby.
Was that really your first Kirby game? Really?
Yeah, I've never played Kirby before.
Wow. You
But
did pretty
it was
well
fun.
though, man, overall.
Yeah, you
I
did.
beat the game in less than 2 hours. I mean, that's
Yeah,
pretty good.
it's pretty
I mean,
short.
that's like
It is short.
Zelda. You playing Zelda and go, I have a sword?
That was was that a $40 game? Then that originally came out on Game Boy. I think it was. I think it was about $40. Yeah.
I have no idea.
That would seem about right for Game Boy games back then, and then usually it took a while before they went down to $29 and then $19.
You should try to find that Donkey Kong game. You played that on the Nintendo Online, but you should play or no? Did you play that a ROM? Was that a ROM you used or on your
What are you talking
emulator?
about? Me?
Yes.
I didn't play a Donkey Kong game.
No. I mean Kirby. Was that?
Oh, Kirby.
was that
Yeah, it was Visual
online?
Boy Advance.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, as I played that this Tuesday, I'm gonna play. There's this game. Sorry.
Okay.
There's this game I used to play
shocked.
that was it was like a Flash game, and it's called Creeper World. I was laughing because I was like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein simulator. No.
Whoa!
Damn.
You're telling us you're going to play Sex with Hitler, but you're going to censor yourself? Is that what you're telling us?
I don't know if it's possible to censor yourself in that game. It's kind of would be hard to do. But no, there's this game it's just called Creeper World, and it's the whole point is you've got this like alien goo that's called the Creeper, and it like eats worlds, and you got to stop it. And I used to play it. They had it on little Flash games at school, and I could play it on the computer instead of doing my work. And now they sell it. I bought it for $1 whole. So I'm going to play that on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Central Time.
And here I am without a certain clip. I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah.
Didn't we have that one time?
I swear you had that. I swear I've seen you play it.
I thought you had it, Baron.
I got on mine, but it's got to be on this one then. Yeah. I guess I'll have to bring it over.
Is that from RoboCop or Back to the Future? Which one?
RoboCop.
From?
RoboCop.
Right, RoboCop, yeah. I'll buy that for $1. It's on like all the TVs. That's right.
And is there anything else coming up on your channel, Whoopa?
No, that's all I got for now.
All right. Okay. Brandon.
Wow.
It's time to promote your channel.
Yeah, I do have. I have a brand new banner for my channel. I want at Discord. You do have Discord.
Whoa.
There it is.
Gorgeous.
Yep.
Looks nice.
Up there.
Yeah, I like the banner.
I like the Taz on there.
It has Sylvester, Tweety, Daffy, Bugs, Taz, and Marvin the Martian
Yeah, it looks good.
on Discord. I wonder.
So what do you have coming up on your channel, Brandon?
Not much, really.
You got that Blu-ray coming up?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any premieres coming up?
Yes, on a Saturday at a certain time. Don't know when yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? Anything else, Brandon?
No, not really. I usually don't really go up and panels very often. That's my new. I have over 1,200 subscribers, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Yeah, well done.
1226
Took us a while to get there.
right now.
Very nice.
Yep, very nice.
Oh my god.
The Apion's thinking of Borat. Very nice.
Very
nice. How much?
This is my wife.
My sister, number 2. Number 2 prostitute.
Yeah, you know,
Oh,
Bruno was pretty gross, but it still made me laugh. It's still...
That
While
guy's
we're
a
still
weird
on Brandon, though.
comedic genius. I don't know why.
Brandon, have you seen Space Jam 2?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Pretty decent. The original Space Jam is a lot better.
Just curious.
No,
As a Looney Tunes fan, I want to hear what you say about that. Yeah.
At least it's decent. So the first one was better to you? Because that Space Jam 1 was my life when I was little.
Oh, I love basketball as a kid, and that movie was like everything to me, man, when I was growing up. The first one. I haven't even seen the second one. I can't bring myself to watch it.
I can't do it either.
I heard about the Clockwork Orange guy showing up. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's so weird.
Why are they there with Looney Tunes characters?
Yeah.
Why are they connecting those two universes? That's so
Do
strange.
you know what they did in their movie?
The Droogs made an appearance.
They weren't good guys.
Yeah.
No.
They were.
It seemed like with that clip, it seemed like Warner Brothers was just throwing in every single IP that they had in that
Everything
one
they
scene.
had. Yeah,
Yep,
just
and
throw it
they
at the wall.
censored no Pepe Le Pew, and then of course they changed Lola's look a little bit.
Oh, Pepe Le Pew was too offensive, but
That's right.
the weird rapist from Clockwork Orange, leave them
I mean,
in
he
there.
was. That's
What?
in the movie. So like, don't start yelling at us, YouTube.
Right? That's literally in the
You
movie.
know why? You know why they changed Lola Bunny's look? Because they didn't want the male gaze from the furries.
She was too attractive.
Yeah.
In the first one.
Because
Three
I
lining
remember
up on opening night.
I was so sexually attracted to the female bunny in the first one. Oh yeah, that was what did it for me.
You want to go down that rabbit hole, folks?
I'm being sarcastic, by the way.
Rabbit hole.
Sarcastic.
Haha.
No, the sexiest person in the original Space Jam was the guy from Seinfeld. He was sexy. When I made him all fat- Yeah, the Jurassic Park guy. That's who I'm talking about. My bad. Yeah.
No, he's in Seinfeld.
Was he?
Seinfeld,
Okay.
Third
All right.
Rock from the Sun.
All right, yeah. Yeah, he was the sexiest.
Was it eaten by a dinosaur?
Manager,
Yeah,
right?
yes, he was eaten by a dinosaur in Jurassic Park.
He deserved
Yeah.
to be.
He was the dickhead that fucked up everything in Jurassic Park by giving InGen all this stuff.
I can't believe they found that little shaving cream in the Lost World. How the hell did they find that little thing?
We got Dodson. We got Dodson here. Everybody remember this character? He was in the movie.
Nobody cares.
Yes, Cash Money. Perfect. Nobody cares about fucking Dodson. Really? Of all the characters to bring back, you thought, yeah, Dodson. People were relate with Dodson. Yeah. What the fuck?
All right, Pat, I want to be. What do you have coming up? Any challenges on Pop's channel?
Well, Well, actually, I don't have anything. Well, no, that's not true. Nothing on my channel coming up, just because I'm still getting things settled. There's no way I can do a normal schedule. But I do pop up here and there on Pops' channel, per se. His the 25th stream he's doing on Star Wars Day, official Star Wars Day. I will have a small segment on there, and then I think I did get an invite from you. I will probably be popping in on yours because I'm sure I have something relevant that can be shown with whatever you're going to discuss that day. So watch out for both of those. Also, I do. I don't do it on my channel, but I pop in for karaoke on Jedi Bill and Rambling Canuck. So
I've heard you on Jedi Bill, Rambling Canuck, and also the VacTube.
Yeah, VacTube. I would love VacTube to do it more often, but they have a lot of things going on over there. But I do want to, yes, I'm glad you mentioned them also, because I do want to give my plugs to all those channels for even letting me do that. And Baron Orman Tagge this afternoon for piggybacking him. And so, so I do karaoke. I'm on those, so plug those guys Wednesdays and Saturdays. And then I'm actually going to be on Netter's Network, who is also involved with Troy Pacelli, and I'm gonna be on her her new stream. I'm gonna be on that next month on the 22nd.
Nice.
Very nice.
Good
Yeah,
stuff, man.
and Netter and Troy, they're great people.
Very nice.
I like watching Last Call with Troy and Netter and Age Boomer on Fridays, and of course Netter doing her own show on Saturdays, doing watch parties of different movies. And last week they were watching Chicago,
and also, if people don't know, I pop in on here occasionally, but that's my last plug. So those are the people I need to plug.
Alrighty.
Plug it in, plug it in.
And next, he's got money. He's got cash. He's a 007, but he's no secret agent.
Excuse me?
He was recently featured on Reality Based with Ryan Roger Athe.
I was. That was a lot of fun. And I'm sure there'll be a part 2 coming up in the future. And I'm going to bring on Mr. Risman, Mr. Matt Risman.
Oh, our boss?
Co-host. He is, yes. Yes. So what I have coming up is yesterday, and I erased the tweet because the thing is, if I don't stream that day, and I'm like, I'm going to stream the next day, I'm going to erase the tweet because it's false advertising. And unlike some people on YouTube who do false advertising, I'm not going to do that. But anyways,
I'm sorry. I'll do better next time.
Yes, you need
Get
to
it together. Get it together.
Baron, you need to do better.
Yeah.
You
need to
better.
do better, Senator. Senator, you need to do better.
Do better. But I have Final Fantasy 12 coming up. Mike and I are going, and Crit or Paul and Baron. You're invited as well, Baron. Anybody who has Broforce, we're going to be finishing up Satan. We're going to be beating his ass. His final form is annoying as hell, so we're gonna that's gonna be coming up probably next week, Mike, if you're available.
I'm ready. We're gonna do that one night,
Baron,
but you'll give us
and Baron,
playing with the cable company.
Well, we were going to do it last week, but I wasn't feeling well.
Yep. I want to make sure Mike was there, and so taking on Satan and
kiss up.
Yeah, right.
I have Broforce downloaded. I haven't played it yet, but I'd be down to play with you guys.
Awesome.
I have it right on my computer right here. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to finally playing Final Fantasy 12 later today, unless something happens like it did yesterday.
Do you mean Final Fantasy 12? Because they're at like 16 now.
Yeah, no, Final Fantasy 12. Yeah, they're at 16.
None of these are actually final. It's false advertising.
Oh yeah, they're never final. 15 was the one with Noctis and stuff, but then
15 was. Yeah.
Oh, so you're playing like actual 12, like that one?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
So that'll be coming up, and then there'll be some other game. I was thinking about playing Hades again, but Hades is not really. is that something I want to finish on stream. It's more of a roguelike, so you just keep building and building and building. So I'd rather play something like, I don't know, Metro Last Light. I might play that, or Doom Eternal. I played the Doom remake. So, but right now, just Final Fantasy 12, and then Broforce next week. And there's going to be a stream coming up hopefully soon on Mario, so people can join the panel and talk about their experience of watching the Mario movie. And Matt will be there as my co-host, because he is, and as I've said before, and yeah.
Nice.
So that'll be coming up. I just got to make sure Matt's available.
You got to make sure that the other half of the Phantom Hooligans is ready to be a hooligan once again.
Oh, well, he's been a hooligan. He's just been busy. So yeah.
You ain't wrong, Das Wolfen. 15 is totally the boy band road trip.
Yes, it is.
With a lot of cooking involved. I like the cooking and the culinary stuff.
Yeah, and the weird thing about that game is it gets to the point where it actually gets more linear, which is really weird because it's advertised as an open world Final Fantasy game.
It's not really, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, come on, Square Enix, don't do that again. Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
All right, so yeah, that's what's coming up.
All righty. Okay, Baron, you're up.
Well, Pop Talk with you. Mike's Mini Me. I gotta be Mike's Mini Me for Pop Talk, so you can always see my ugly mug there. I don't think we're gonna have one tonight, but you will also catch me on the Primetime Kings. And as soon as I can get my computer found that I do all my editing work, I'll get back doing my shorts. But I hate moving. Which box is it in and which box is it in? So, but that's basically it. I'm just here to torment Mike.
Are you liking the new place pretty well, though?
Love the place. Oh, I love this place.
Tag? Nice.
Oh, she does too. Yeah, it's basically it's not much of a loss for space for us because a lot of space we weren't using anymore. The kids are gone, so this is went from the manager to the cottage, and it's nice and quiet here, and the dogs and cats seem to like it too a lot better. So
Nice.
yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
I think they're doing something to your signal because you always have that popping. You've had that popping throughout the stream.
Yeah, I might have to restart my computer. So.
You might, yeah. But we can still hear you fine.
He's having the popping because of Doc Pop.
But
we were all doing our evil laughs. our maniacal villain laughs.
What kind of laugh is that?
Oh.
Somebody got tickled on the foot.
Yeah, that's what that sounded like with a feather.
Stop
feather
it,
tickle.
I'm streaming.
So that's what you got coming up there.
That's all. I'm kind of still getting this. I can't talk. Still getting sorted in there. So,
all right.
Okay.
Now, as far as PACIFIC414 is concerned, I won't be doing a stream tomorrow. I am working on a short video of the Norfolk Tides versus Syracuse Mets game that I went to on Thursday. I'll probably have that uploaded sometime tomorrow. I'm not including every video and photo that I put in there, just enough to give you a gist of what happened in the game. And then, of course, Tuesday, I'm going to be trying a brand new game, Star Trek Resurgence. Is it going to be a good Star Trek game, or is it going to be a clunker of a Star Trek game? Find out at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. And then, of course, Wednesday will be another edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. That will be the second and last open panel for the month of May. Thursday, yes, I'm doing more than 3 streams this week.
Busy man.
Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, I am doing a 46th anniversary Star Wars stream, and we will discuss all things Star Wars.
Can't wait.
Primarily talking about what everybody knows now as A New Hope, but I still call Star Wars, just like Empire Strikes Back. I call it Empire. Return of the Jedi. I call it Jedi. Yeah, some might say, but what about The Last Jedi? Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, we don't talk about that, motherfucker. That movie makes my blood boil.
My coworkers likes to tell me how it was a great movie, and I just try to get through the day. Everybody says that.
But that is what's coming up on the channel. I might do a stream on the weekend next Saturday. I haven't decided yet. Yes, it will probably be Jedi Survivor if I end up doing anything. Of course, I still have Scars Above to play. But I'm looking forward to doing the Star Wars stream on Thursday because Baron's going to be there. Cash is going to be there. Of course, Padawannabe is going to be there. Apion, you're going to be there.
Oh yeah.
And
I've got to find Star Wars.
I've got to find a way to get in contact with Kathy Skywalker so I can send her invite. And of course, Troy Pacelli, he's also going to be there. So that's what's coming up. And before I leave you, because I do try to make sure that I thank everybody who was here. Of course, I want to thank Baron for being here, Cash for being here, Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000 for being here, Padawannabe, thank you for being here, Whoopa, thank you for being here, Rocco, thank you for joining us, Apion, thank you for joining us, Resolute Germ was here earlier, Superfan Adam Shawhan was here earlier on the panel, and these were also the members of the chat who were here, great supporters of not just this channel, but many channels here on YouTube. We had Jet Sparks 373 here. And of course, the previously mentioned Resolute Germ.
Yay.
Pat S was here. Padawannabe. Whoopa Troopa.
God, that was at the
Apion.
beginning. That seems so long ago.
Captain Phantom Nerd, it was good to see the captain. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Low Spec Linux Laptop.
Cool.
And Joker Voice was here. He's going to see Fast X, or by this time he's probably already seen it.
Probably, yeah. I want to see that too.
Man.
And
our resident troll, yes.
Yeah, the troll of trolls, Phil McCracken.
He's still talking about DJ Ronnie G's white shirt.
Yeah. I hope DJ Ronnie G was able to catch his turtles.
Yeah, get those turtles.
Oh, that's right. You got that turtle. Yeah. I got them all.
And DJ Ronnie G was here. And
oh, Arwen.
of course,
Nice.
lovely Arwen Avalon was here.
Very cool.
And Miss
you
Belly
wouldn't
Games was here.
Cash if you showed up on time.
What about showing up on time?
But you said, she was here. I said, hey, you would know that if you showed up on time, buddy.
That's true. That's a fair point.
Bush McFadden was here. And of course, everybody's favorite Hogwarts student, Anonymous.
You gotta find those lesbians in Hogwarts, man. They're there. That whole town.
And don't ask to see his wand.
Yeah, don't ask to see his wand.
It's not there.
Or the Chamber of Secrets.
And Wolverine was here as well.
Cool.
We also had a visit from the Nerdporial Lifeform.
Yes.
And the lovely Leia Rose was here.
Nice.
We also had Dallas Wolfen. Good to see you, brother.
Sweet.
He sticked around for a bit.
Yep.
Good guy. For a little bit.
and real quick, Cap, I'm going to get your link. And I'm going to put that in the chat for anybody who may not be subscribed to you. So if you're still watching on Baron's channel, Apion's channel, or PACIFIC414, here's the link to Captain Phantom Nerd.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure when he's doing his next stream, but he does a lot of morning streams, and he has a variety of guests on there, and they discuss a variety of topics. So go check him out and give him a sub.
Mm-hmm. And I forgot to do this when you mentioned Phil's name.
No coupons for you, Phil.
Well, that didn't come through right. I think I got to restart my computer.
All right, John. I'm sorry. I just don't know who's still here, who might still be lurking, and who said, "Okay, I gotta get stuff done." But thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, and I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday playing Star Trek Resurgence. Of course, Wednesday and Thursday's live streams as well. And have yourselves a great week. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Take care, all.
Bye, everyone.
Adios. Thanks, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Not a problem.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.